Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live, get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
What's up, everybody? Richard here, and welcome to Forex Fire. How's it going, guys? All well?
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Good. Good to see you again. I see you every day, but always good to see you.
Yep, of course.
All right. Made it to a new day. I literally just closed a little trade as we started. Price hit target. Maybe we can share my screen just quickly to talk you through that.
Yeah. Making money already.
Then I'll reload like Michael likes to do. And hopefully get into another trade. So
I get reload.
Actually went long gold like 10-15 minutes ago. And very basic setup. Price trading upwards in a channel. I'm still viewing on the bigger picture this as corrective. Just basically at a target at that upper median line, or sorry, upper channel line. So a very small trade, more like a scalp type of thing. So good for $78 there. So that was that. Before I get to my other analysis, I don't know if you guys actually noticed what happened yesterday with that gold trade of mine.
What happened?
Remember, I bailed as we're approaching the end of the session. I think we both had.
Oh yes, I remember.
Yeah,
break even.
We both had break evens, and then as Murphy's law would have it, just get to the right. There we go.
Yes, it took off without you.
It collapsed big time. And I don't know why it doesn't want to switch, but there we go. Yeah, right over there. Just get rid of all these indicators. Still trying to get my.
Wow.
Remember, I went short. I went short over here. Over there.
Yeah.
I think somewhere in this mess. Stop loss was here. And what was this? This was like, it's just after our session ended. Look at that.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
So I checked this out when I got home, and I was just like, no, I'm not watching the charts for the remainder of the day because that was a real gut punch. So it's just a good, I think, lesson for those that are viewing as well to maybe stick with your convictions, right? So like if you wanted to get short or long or whatever direction you wanted to go, maybe it's just sometimes left not to go and fiddle around with your fat fingers. Just let it be. Especially in instances like this where you get all of a sudden price going in the direction you're thinking it was going to go, and boom. Anyway, I would have been out here, and it almost ran like 2-3 times more. So, but anyway,
That's what I was just going
I'm
to ask
out
you. So
of
where
gold
would you
at
have
the
gotten
moment.
out at?
I was going to get out here at this upward sloping 50% dash median line. This one over here. I don't know if you see that red one here.
Yeah. Right.
It hit it nicely, had a little bit of a bounce. It's previously where price found support. So it's almost like a little bit above this previous low here. So I had no issues reaching that. And I think it was good for just over a 2R. It was like a 2.2 or 2.3R. But it ran substantially further than that. But in any case, it is what it is. If we look at what's happening today, we might be having or getting another type of corrective structure. Maybe upwards towards 3327. What's interesting with this one is it might be a bit of a fractal, but just taking a bit longer than what we've seen over here. See this 5-wave move? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sorry, giving us a double zigzag. Remember, that was the premise of yesterday's analysis, to go short that a potential double zigzag ended, and that would have been a WXY wave. For those interested in how that is labeled, you basically have an A, a B, a C, then an X wave, and then you have another A, B, a C. So two zigzags after each other, called a double zigzag or double XY pattern. Right? And remember, price moved lower, and it was sort of here where it basically broke below this lower median line. Again, that upper Y wave of the double zigzag also found resistance at that upper median line. And then the rest was history. Now I'm thinking we might be actually getting the same thing here again. This is either an A, B, C, X, A, B, C type of vibe, or sometimes we call a triple zigzag. So either way, I'll still try to label that correctly. Area of interest for price to potentially run into resistance. Again, I'm still thinking we're bearish in the long term. Is at this upper channel line over here, where price is very, very, very close to. Might continue upwards from here, eat up all this inefficiency that we've seen during this very strong decline, maybe even make it as high again as this upward sloping red warning line over there. But anyway, I'll follow and track price. I think that this is just corrective and that we might be moving lower still. Let me just quickly go over the higher time frame on gold. There we go. So price is sort of like at that area where E-wave could end, but then again, it's just one straight move lower. I can't see any zigzags in here. All these internal waves should ideally be 3-wave formats or combinations thereof. So by how fast price has been accelerating lower, if price continues lower here, then I'll probably have to start siding with this idea that I've mentioned a while back. That this might then be an A, a B, and a C for that C wave, then a D wave, then an E wave, just to, make things a bit more interesting for a while longer. I think if we see even a bit more impulsive price action, below the C wave here, what I've labeled a C wave. It's not obviously known that it's a C wave. Around 3244. Maybe let's just drop a price line there. 324415. If we cut through there, like with impulsive price behavior. I've been saying this now for a few days, though. Then I'll have to switch to that other idea that this is a expanded flat potentially instead, which would actually be great to short, because if this is a C wave rather than this whole triangle idea that might become invalidated, then there'll be lots of opportunities to short gold, and we can all see how fast gold can move, right? Both upwards and downwards. But C waves of expanding flats are very volatile. Something like that. Right? I have to update this. And they can run really fast. So if we get little to no pullbacks to the upside and just continuously see red days, then this becomes, to me, the next potential count that we might be dealing with. All right, so I think that's it from me for the time being. I just wanted to show that quick trade. I was actually hoping it would still be active prior to the start of the show, but it was not to be, but I can't complain. A nice little scalp in the morning to kick my day off. Hopefully we can do a little bit better than break even today.
Right.
That's it from my side for the time being, guys. Michael or Tiger, you got to show us something on your side, what you're watching.
Maybe not what I'm watching. I'm still gonna go through the charts here. But yeah, we can get into my charts. I want to show something from yesterday, and looks like Rick just jumped on the stream. Good morning, Rick.
Good morning.
Hey, Rick.
Good morning.
Cool. So you guys know that I took CAD yen yesterday. Where is this bad boy? Okay, here it is. So I'll be honest, I'm actually happy that this didn't go, because had this went after taking me out of break even, that would have been a little upsetting. So I know, thanks to this, because you know how it goes. Like, seriously, you took me out of break even, then you ran in my direction. That's so annoying.
What happened to me?
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
Oh,
So not too bad. This didn't end up going anywhere. So this wasn't a bad break even at all, guys. Yeah, I'm glad I'm out of it. I'm glad I didn't really. It did suck that I took that first trade that one day and I took a loss on it, and I was still monitoring it because it was still holding the level. So I never was able to actually get the money back that it took from me. But this whole entire move is now dead. So I'm no longer interested in CAD yen. It just hung around here way too long. We already had, if you guys remember, this double head monster looking thing. Now it's just still just hanging out. So we're gonna leave this one alone altogether. It's not acting right at all. So on to the next one, which, speaking of on to the next one, this is why it's so important not to marry trades, right? Because had I still been so worried about this trade setting up and confirming and actually doing the right thing, I would have totally missed yen. I told you guys yesterday I was watching this and we almost took it, but we didn't have any 4-hour confirmation. But as you can see, this was my trade of the day yesterday. Absolutely crushed this damn trade yesterday.
Hell yeah. Got it.
I took this on all my accounts, this setup when it actually happened. And as you guys can see, we had the infamous TP smacked. This actually came out like
TP Smack.
not too long ago. Yeah, TP smacked. The alert went off. Right, so let's kind of go into
Great
this
story.
one. I'm gonna delete all of these alerts here. No need for me to have them on any longer. This trade is completed, and as you guys see, I always just point out the same setups every day. It's like it's almost ridiculous, right? This is how you know that the move on the chart is there, right? This is no coincidence. Unfortunately, I'm not able to call the market maker and make them paint these certain levels on here.
It got him on speed dial.
Yeah.
I wish. But check it out, right? So we had this 5200 cross, right? So we knew we are in just 5200 cross. You know we're in level 2. And we're looking for M's. Say M's. M off to 200, not 300. 200 here, right? And surely enough, that's exactly what this thing gave us. And that's why I always like to make the target where it runs and pulls back the actual level that it will go to. So if you look right here, it's pretty much the expected move. Target right there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly where it went. Now, if you guys remember, we'll zoom in a little bit here. I wanted to take this trade yesterday at this exact price point right here. I'm sorry, I wanted to take this trade when this closed here. Right? I wanted to jump in here. Whoops. But we had no 4-hour confirmation. Remember, I zoomed up and we were looking at this around right here, but I said the previous candle was above the 13 EMA, so it was not ready yet. I would have had to wait for this candle to close, which we did. Waited for this candle to close. It confirmed. And boy, oh boy, right after that, this trade literally was little to no drawdown. Like, there was hardly any drawdown the entire trade, which is, I love those trades.
Oh, yeah. Just sit back and watch.
Yeah.
Watch it go.
Mm-hmm.
With you on
For
board.
me, this is like,
hopefully.
Hey, the coolest thing about it is it was up. I just set my alerts like I normally do, stepped away, went and played with my daughter, read some books, ate some breakfast. It was awesome. And trades like this is what I would call a perfect date. Like, just imagine that perfect date, everything's fine, nice vibes, nice food, nice restaurant. The entire thing was just fun. You're like, man, that was really good.
Yeah.
Like, I really enjoyed it. This is that. Like, perfect trade right here. Right?
Nice.
Like, this thing had everything it needed. We had the first leg, and if you look at the TDI, let me scoot this up a little bit. You can see we had outside the band. Remember, I always say outside the band, inside the band. So this little bit of piece, the R side, went outside the band, created that outside structure. I really didn't expect price to go past this level. Right? Right here, I was not expecting it to go any further. So that's what I was going to put my stop at. Right? And then, as you can see on the second leg here, it ran up, came to that same exact price. But if you look at the TDI, it went nowhere near it. Outside the band, inside the band. Right? We had our reload. You can see the market baseline went above the static here, and then started going back below the static here. But the reload was in between this little piece right here. Right? The infamous reload. Let me copy this. I'm going to be using this a lot, so let me copy this. All right, cool. All right, so we had the reload in this small little piece here. Right? And the only thing we were waiting for, as I mentioned earlier, is that close below, which we had here. But there was no 4-hour confirmation, so we had to wait. Yes, price went a little bit further right here, but we still had a nice one for nearly a one for a quarter, basically. And this thing just ran, guys. Now, unfortunately, as I mentioned, I don't hold trades until the next day. I mean, I don't do session changeover. So this didn't hit my TP fully. I closed it at 355, right? And this just hit TP, I want to say an hour ago, right? So I did take a nice piece off of this, but it didn't fully reach my TP because, again, I closed it at 355. I didn't
Close enough.
hold this overnight. Yeah. Because this literally could have just went the other way for one, and just in case I wasn't paying that swap. But yeah, yesterday also was the very.
You had a nice date. She just had a curfew, so you had to get her home.
Yeah, she had to work in the morning.
Got to be dropped
I
off.
was
Very
respectful. Yeah,
The father was
She had
happy.
to work in the morning. I was a little tired. Yeah, I got everybody on home.
Quick wine and dine experience. Right. Now you got to go.
Exactly. So,
and they live happily ever after.
Beautiful guys. Like this isn't a Mona Lisa, I'd say, because it did run just a little bit on this one. But man, oh man, if this isn't close, like this makes my markup chart. When they're really pretty like this, I always mark them up and I put them in my flashcards for later. And yeah, this was nearly perfect, guys. Like absolutely perfect. So great trade to start off the Monday. Right? Yeah. So fortunately, I couldn't take this in the stream. And second, unfortunately, I totally forgot to post this in the Discord. I'll be totally honest. I totally forgot.
I was just going to ask.
It was, yeah, I forgot. And I said I would too, and I forgot. So for me, I'm going to have to come up with some system as to remember to do that maybe. I'm not sure how I would do that because typically when I get off, I'm with my group, and that's for like an hour and a half. That's pretty much it.
Oh.
So I need to come up with a way to remember to do that, to be totally honest. Because
well, I'm right there with you. I'm trying to post stuff too. I posted a book summary yesterday on the resources tab. So yeah, I'm trying to
early days, guys.
Time
will just take time, and it'll become automatic, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
That's right.
I think yesterday was the very first time that I think I said I was going to take it, and I posted in the group, and I did it. So yeah, I was like, man, I forgot to post it in the Discord for everybody. But well, yeah, there's going to be plenty more trades. But yeah, moral of the story is, as I mentioned, I left Cat Yen alone, and again, that's the cool thing about not just sticking to the trading plan, but not marrying a trade, right? Because I was all on Cat Yen, thinking that's who I was going on a date with, and little did I know. Right?
Didn't show up.
It was a little easy.
Right.
Stole your hand from her. Yeah.
Well, she climbed out of the window, left to the bill with you only.
Right. Well, absolutely awesome trade, guys. This was really, really nice.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
So yeah, this was a nice trade to start my week off with. And every piece of this was good. And right, so I just wanted to point something else out too, and I know we got to jump into news. Remember, I wanted to take this trade right here, but we had no 4-hour confirmation. And I kept saying that, yeah, like even at this point, I still want to jump in, but my rules tell me I can't, and I know I'll break a rule. And you don't need to be worried about the trade running away from you. I was patient enough to wait, right? I still waited the extra whole hour before it confirmed. I think it was 2 hours, to be honest, right? But I waited that entire time. And what happened? The trade didn't go anywhere. It still waited. Now, does that happen every time? Of course not. But the point is, I got not only a green day on my process, or on the trade, but I also got a green day on my process. I didn't break any rule. I stuck to my guns the entire time, and the results speak for themselves. So,
yeah,
that's it.
Well, we're doing news at 4 today,
Michael, no
Michael,
rush.
so-
We're going to be doing the new 4 Central, so in about half an hour.
Oh, okay. Okay, I
They
didn't.
just
I
told
didn't
us.
see that.
You may
Yeah.
continue,
Gotcha.
good sir.
Yeah, mate, come on.
All right.
Who else did you take a date out on?
Well, yeah.
Date out with? Take out on a date?
Who's next up for
Right.
a date?
Yeah, that's right.
We sure gonna see. We're sure gonna see. We finna be rolling through these charts here and see who's next. But yeah, guys. Like again, that's just one of those things where like you feel like the trade's gonna run away from you, but it always is. I can't say always because sometimes it does, but in this case it didn't. Right, and I didn't let the FOMO get the best of me. I still was patient enough to wait. Because at the end of the day, as I mentioned, this could have easily come down and then in the 4-hour chart closed up here, and then ran the other way, and I would have never supposed to have been in that trade. Right, but the fact that it went down a little bit further, yeah, I didn't get the best. I didn't get the perfect risk to reward that I wanted, but hey, it was a confirmed trade at that point, which was my edge presented itself. I wasn't gambling like I would have been gambling if I jumped in early with no 4-hour confirmation.
Yeah.
So,
and for that, you need to
what I'm
pat
really trying to
yourself on the
stress
back.
is
For sure.
yeah, I mean, just to be totally honest, like this is what it's all about right here. Is to I followed my trading plan to the T yesterday. I mean, to the T. And on top of that, 2 things I say kind of happened that, don't always happen, which one would be this could have closed up here and I would have got the little bit of extra, risk to reward. And then also, Ivan still had enough patience and discipline to close my trade per my rules before the session changeover. Now, although it did, run to full TP in the next day, that's totally fine. That's not part of my trading plan, right? So I can't say, man, if I would have just jumped in early, I would have got a little bit more. And man, if I would have held my trade to the next day, I would have got a little bit more. Both of those would have been breaking my trading plan, right? Both of those. And this is an example of that's going to happen sometimes where, you didn't get the full TP because you closed it per your rules, or, you didn't jump in early. So you didn't get the full R to R like you really wanted it to. And that is okay. That's totally fine. Right? What's more important is to stick to the process, because what I showed, this is repeatable. Right? Had I jumped in early or held my trade over to session changeover, that's not as repeatable as what I executed. Right?
Right.
When I marked up my chart and I did my journaling yesterday for this trade, I literally had to tag an extra. It's an extra tag I put on there, which is flawless execution. Right, so I literally have a rating for how well I execute flawlessly, and that's exactly what happened yesterday, guys. Like this, not to brag, but this is like watching Kobe Bryant score 60 against your favorite team.
Yeah.
Right, like
Beers on you, Michael, this afternoon.
That's right. That's right. Bubblies, as you call them.
Seriously. Yeah. So just awesome, guys. I really just want to point that out. And like the structure, everything about this was there. Like everything. This is a clear M. Again, it took out this level here to the left, which was the expected target. Ran right into it. And it's not a coincidence that they ran into this level and then right after that they jumped back out of it. Right? Like there's traders trapped going short here. They're messing with them right now. Right? But everything about this was gorgeous.
Gorgeous. So, she was so gorgeous.
Nice. Good stuff.
Awesome date. I'll pass it to one of you guys, and I'll go ahead and fish for some more. See if you got any setups, and I'll gladly point them out as well.
Away. Yeah.
Tiger,
flip on.
what you got?
Yeah. Flip on over to me back in. We'll take a look at some alerts here. Basically same, still remains true from yesterday. Still looking at anything British pound I can sell. As far as my top setups, the only thing that changed since yesterday morning was the addition of the Euro New Zealand is now on my screener as a bearish bias pair. So
Tiger,
-5
you
on
got to
that.
be kidding me right now. You got to be kidding me right
What's
now.
that? Why?
Me, because I swear you and I have something where I'm selling it into your level, and that's where you want to buy or sell it at. That happens all the time.
Yeah. Well, it's on there for a bearish setup, not a buy. Yeah. It's
Oh,
a
okay,
-5.
okay.
So yeah. No, we did have that a couple weeks ago, I think it was, but like this is definitely going sideways though of late. So I like that because that means it's rolling over, right? It is giving me a bearish bias, so we should be seeing some rollover. So let's see here: low point, low point, low point. And we got a lower low, we got a lower high. So okay, there we go. So lower low, lower high, broken through that low. So we have officially confirmed the downtrend if you're looking at it on a 4-hour time frame. So I do have an alert set clear up here at the top, but that was obviously before this supply zone filled itself in. So we will put a rectangle around that candle right there. And let's see here. Up, down. Yeah, we can go ahead and bring that alert down here to this zone. Why not? So that looks like that'll be my more immediate zone. Of course, I'm picky. I got to get it right on the proximal line. All right, there we go. So we got the proximal line of that supply zone there. It broke this bottom, so that makes it a good zone for me. So we'll see if we can get a push back up into that area. If we do have this demand in this area that has already been touched a few times, as you could tell. So it's more of a take profit beforehand because it's already bounced once, bounced twice. So it's a pretty strong zone. And the thing about this demand zone, as far as just, selling or buying to cover ahead of it, both times that price went into it, it didn't even make it 50% of the way in. So that tells me that it's pretty good, pretty strong. So should be some more unfilled orders in this area. Now, obviously, I'm not looking to buy this market, but as far as taking profit, that's essentially what I'd be looking at. So it's something like this. Get down to the lower
while you're there on that chart, just sorry for interrupting. We got a question here from Satpadru. He's asking what order blocks are. I mean, you're
order
using
blocks.
the supply and demand zones, but while you're there, you might as well assist, please, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. So when you look at the price of anything, you see swing lows, you see swing highs, right? So swing low, swing low, swing low, and then on the other side you see swing highs, swing highs, swing highs. You get the picture, you get the point. So what an order block is, which is also a synonym for supply and demand zones, that's essentially the origin of a strong move. But then what you want to do is look at the last, like if we're looking at a supply zone, an overhead supply zone, and let me just turn off the tool for a second. You want to find the last green candle up before the big strong move in the opposite direction. So for this one, you're looking at that green candle and you're just simply wrapping a rectangle around it and pushing it forward. So same thing here. That's more of a doji candle, but it is green. So last green candle up before the strong decline in price. And then you just simply wrap your rectangle around it because that's where supply exceeded demand. So anytime supply exceeds demand, then price drops because it's seeking that demand. Prices are too high. Nobody wants to buy anymore up here. So the sellers went out and they pushed price down. Same is true for demand. You got this last red candle down before the big strong push up. So in this example here, demand exceeded supply. There were more buyers than sellers. So when the buyers buy out all the sellers, price goes higher to find that supply. So in this example, it was over here, right? Because that's an origin of a strong drop down. So price pushed up, collected orders here, kind of pushed down, but it just kept going because it bounced off that zone, that demand zone, right? Same thing over here. There were some more unfilled orders. Now this time when price came down, here's what happened. And I didn't write this zone up because I'm not interested in using it, but it essentially created a new zone, a new demand zone, right? So this demand zone pushed up. Price came back. Unfilled orders were collected. Price pushed out strongly again. Well, in the process, that created another demand zone or order block. So again, order block is synonymous with supply zone or demand zone. And then as you see, price comes back down right into that demand zone or that order block, collects unfilled orders. Supply or demand exceeded supply. We know that. We 100% know that because price flew up. So anytime you see price flowing up or price flowing down, that's usually because of an order block. That's unfilled orders getting touched and pushed up by the institutions. So that's really the basis of how I trade. That's the most important thing that I use. Now I use other, a few other indicators and methods as well, but that's the foundation of how I trade everything. And then, you can see there again, price came down again to that zone. So again, I don't care to trade them after it's been mitigated like it was here, especially since it went in 50%. But yeah, there you go. It's already kind of testing it again and trying to push up again. So, so I'm just basically using order blocks, buying and demand when it's an uptrend, selling and supply when it's a downtrend. Really kind of as simple as that. Yeah, supply and demand. Exactly, Rick. You can use them as support resistance. Yeah, exactly. The whole point about using a zone instead of just a support resistance is it actually gives you a little more area, but it's trading how the big banks trade. That's the whole point of why I like to use supply and demand. They're looking at trend lines too, support resistance, but all they care about is filling their orders because what they see is they see a big stack of buy orders, they see a big stack of sell orders. Well, price, all it does all day long is just ping pongs between the higher time frame zones. So, you got your daily ones, which I like to mark out in yellow. Okay, so you can see there was a good example right there. Price came down, hit this demand zone, chewed through it for a while, but it eventually went up. So they do it on the higher time frames, and they do it on some of the lower time frames as well. But the point is, I want to buy after I see a price bounce off of a demand zone somewhere, and then all along the way, I can look at smaller time frames for this area, right? For areas in this area, which I've already went over those zones on the smaller time frame. But yeah, that's essentially how it works. Now, when is price going to turn around? I don't know. Nobody knows.
No one knows.
But I have a good, hypothesis because there's two things I can look at with just this one as an example. Because obviously my fundamentals are telling me to sell this thing because everything's negative for this pair. Now, like I kind of already went over, if you look at the 4-hour time frame, it's kind of making lower lows and lower highs. So that's one possibility that it's starting to enter that new downtrend. But another one is maybe that's a fake out. Maybe it's wanting to push up this higher time frame resistance point, which if you dig into it, you can find a supply zone. Last green candle up before the big red candle moved down. Right? And then you can really kind of do the same up here if you're just going body to the top, body of the wick. So that'd be more of a zone on a zone. That's a very wide range, but this is where you would just want to fine tune it. And if you just drill down into some smaller time frames, right? You kind of have, basically that candle is similar to the 4-hour. So I would just essentially look at that as a confluence. Then, probably just drill down a little smaller, but you get the point. Sometimes the fundamentals alone can change the trends if the banks, feel pretty convicted about it. But sometimes it just takes a higher time frame demand zone or a supply zone. Again, synonymous with the term order block. So great question. That's how I eat, sleep, and breathe is supply and demand. My favorite. That's mi favorito. But yeah, as far as Euro New Zealand,
Gracias,
this order
Tigre.
block
Gracias.
that I'd be after as far as selling. What else I got? Okay, Euro pound. So this is one I was waiting on for this demand zone down here. Now this is a 4-hour zone within a daily zone. That's my favorite. See, daily demand. So we got the last red candle down before a big spike up. That spike up created a higher high over this high over here. So I wrapped my rectangle around it. I use that as kind of the focal point for the ping pong. Prices, ping ponging from this zone to any overhead supply that we may or may not have. Are we at all-time highs with? Oh, yeah. So here we go. So clear up here, I do have a daily supply zone. All right. Last green candle up before the overall big move down, right? So I need to actually move that zone forward, don't I? It's too far away. So that's one I would have created way back in time, right? I'm just now pulling it forward so I can see it. But yeah, speaking of support and resistance, and here's a trend line, right? So I like to put trend lines on the bottoms of wicks and even the bottoms of the bodies themselves just to get a little bit of an idea of a zone. So I could flip that down to a line chart. This low here, let's see here. Yeah, that would kind of make it look kind of weird, huh? Yeah, I mean, I could put it like this, just to give me an idea from the candles or from the line chart itself. What would this look like if I did this? Okay, so I mean, if you use that, then you can see prices trying to break through it. So I don't know, it's too many lines for my taste. I like doing I love doing the line chart and the wick chart, especially if price is, or especially if it's making a zone, something like that, because it's just kind of acts as another zone.
If you don't mind, I think I want to grab this trade, this Bitcoin trade here.
Grab it. Yeah, flip on over.
Hey,
You say
I need
Bitcoin?
long, remember?
Yeah, flip over to Michael.
I look. Yeah, let's get over to me really quick. Sweet. This is good. I would prefer this pull back just a little bit, but this is fine. I'll put at least a little. I'll put a quarter on this, and if it pulls back, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get in this. I'm technically risking a little bit less than I should. So what I need to do is I'm gonna put this at
25 cents ain't that much,
21, come on. Oh, dang, I just messed it up. 121,000. Okay, there we go. All right, so I'm going to buy this. We should be good to go. All right, so we'll see what this does. But yeah, I like this for the long side. And reason being is, for me, after I get my W, as I always say, the next move after the W is the bounce off the 50. In this case, this is a combo trade because I got to bounce off the 50, but simultaneously it's touching this 200 as well. And then my TDI also confirms. So I got the market baseline has gone above the static. Remember, on the M and Ws, there's the reload. So I'll put this here. Right, on the M's and W's, there's a reload. But on this setup is actually the next setup after the M and W, which is the money trade. So this bounce off of this 50 here going long is the money trade after the W. So that this doesn't require a reload. The reload is over here, right? So we'll see how this pans out. But this, okay, so we might get a nice little pullback. Yeah, I wanted to pretty much, I'm going to set an alert. I wanted to come more along right here. And I'll put my second entry on here.
Cool.
All right. Yeah, I would really like it if it came down here. That'll give me a nice, like almost 2-for-1, depending on the pullback. So we shall see. Cool. All right. I just want to grab that really quick. My bad, Tiger. Go right ahead.
Wow. Take that money whenever you get it, man.
You got to trade.
Yeah. All right. Back in. I'll hop on back to my charts. All right. So, yeah, just back to the euro pound. So, as you can see, we did have a couple other zones. Like there was another zone here. There was a kind of another zone in this area. But why did I not take those? Well, low probability. So that grayish looking square or rectangle I drew at, that's kind of like I mentioned yesterday. That's a lot of sideways junk. So that means retail traders, right? So this demand zone, it's just a lower probability when you're trying to buy or sell a supply and demand zone inside of that sideways action. So as always, I prefer to wait for price to come down lower. So yeah, just come down to the demand zone that's underneath all that mess. So that's essentially what I'm looking for there, which is it's just a much higher probability because this is the real imbalance. All right. So that's something I think a lot of people mess up with supply and demand zones is they just assume they trade any of them. But yeah, the reality is the ones that are in the retail plays up, you don't want to mess with. You want to wait for the big imbalances, the order imbalances. So that would be my play on the euro pound. Let's see here. Where was that? Pound Jap. Again, all my pounds pairs I'm looking to sell. So, this is pretty much the price action I'd like to see here. Because, again, we got all this sideways mess through here. Just all this is just puke. It's just puke, y'all. Right? So I don't want to play in that chop zone. The diddle in the middle, right? I need to stay out of that zone.
Right.
So I do have a supply up top. That's essentially the Friday close from the 25th. So the other day. Is that right? The other day? Yeah, July 18th. So 2 Fridays ago. So that's essentially that zone there at the close of intraday session 2 Fridays ago. So love to see price come down one more time. I'd love to see it actually touch and take out the rest of these unfilled orders in this old demand zone because, again, it did already wick through one time, collecting unfilled orders, from the top portion of the zone. So before price runs up on me, I'd love to see it push all the way through and finish that out because if price comes through like that, well, it takes out the rest of those unfilled orders. How do I know that was a demand zone at one time? Well, because price pushed up through it, and it took out any potential supply zones in that area. So it showed strength, but it's been mitigated once. Hopefully it's mitigated a second time. That way, if and when price returns to my supply zone, collect this little bit of liquidity above this retail zone, collect the unfilled orders, and sell it to the downside. And then I would feel more comfortable about price, breaking through this area because it's already taken out all those orders. So I'd probably be looking for, maybe a demand zone in this area to maybe buy to cover just ahead of. So that's what I'm looking for pound Japanese yen. Yeah, all the pound pairs, which is -9 or less. So yeah, I'm loving it. I'm loving the pound sells. Pound dollar, same thing. A little bit of retail congestion in this area, so the same thing. Just give me price up to that red supply zone, that 4-hour zone buried within the daily. Again, that's the confluence I love to see. I need to redraw that because it doesn't look right. Something like that. That's it right there. That's the play. A little narrower of a 4-hour zone, but let me see here. You know what? I think I like this 2-hour zone in the middle as well. I think I like this. I'll probably treat this as a zone on top of a zone and just kind of combine those two. That's probably what I'll do. So I'm actually going to move my alert down a little bit. Yeah, because that was not as wide as I thought it was. It's like 20, not even 20 pips up here, about 15 pips. So if I add that zone to it, well, that gives me, okay, about 50 pips. I like that. I like 50, 60 pip zones. Just gives me a little more wiggle room, right? Especially when I'm trading from a higher time frame. So let's do this now. So yeah, that's what I'll be looking for. And then just put a little stop loss above that area potentially. So that's pound dollar. Let's see. I think I'll see New Zealand. I don't think that was actually on my scorecard. I just wanted to keep it because of, yeah. So that one's more neutral, but I'm just keeping it. So like I might have mentioned yesterday or the day before, even if something falls to neutral or it flips from bullish to bearish, bearish to bullish, if I like the technical setup, I'll still keep it on there because oftentimes, I mean, it's a very dynamic list. So oftentimes it'll flip sometimes to bearish or bullish to bearish, bearish to bullish. You'd be surprised. So, yeah, I mean, I basically see all this retail nonsense in this area here, just all this congestion right here. So, buyers
Lots
and
of
sellers,
nonsense.
retail buyers.
Spaghetti.
A lot of spaghetti. That's right. So yeah, that's basically it. Just going to keep an eye on it. And if I run out of alerts, like I tend to do at least once a week, then that will be one of the first alerts that I delete to make room for something else. Swiss Japanese yen, that's another one that's kind of neutral at the moment. It was bullish for the last couple of weeks. I think you guys remember I was chatting about it a few times, but it's down to a neutral score of a 3, and mainly because of the COT data. So the banks, they bought a little bit of yen and sold off a little bit of the Swiss franc. So that really knocked it down because now COT by itself is showing me a -2. So big banks were tired of it, it sounds like. So another one I'm keeping an eye on because I got a perfect retail area there. So loving this demand zone underneath. I'm absolutely loving that. So would love to see price, I would love to see that one move back to a bullish bias because if so, I'm buying it. That's really one of my favorites, even though it's not fundamentally ready. Actually, let me look at my fundamentals on something. Okay, so that's Swiss Jap. Okay, so yeah, I mean sentiment. So really the technicals are the thing, or what's going the best for the Swiss Jap because I'm getting a good seasonality score and then obviously the trend. So, but anyway, yeah, that's another one I'm going to keep the alert on. Just like the example I drew last week, you got liquidity. Drop it right into my zone. Might be this honestly, guys. This honestly might be just a pure technical trade for me. If it stays at 3 and it doesn't go any less, I mean, I like the technicals so much, I may still take this because that's a 50 pip, about a 45, 50 pip range.
Cool. Tiger, are you ready for the news, buddy? You're up next for the news. Well, you've been on for a little while, but it is time for our news, guys. So it's going to be brought to you by Coach Tiger. Did an amazing job yesterday. Can't wait to hear what he's got to say. And we'll get back into the charts shortly after. So over to you.
Okie dokie. TI double GER time. good morning, traders. Happy Tuesday, July 29th to you from here in Kansas City, where it's about 4 o'clock a.m. Central Standard Time. We're underway in the early part of the London session, so here's what you need to know for the trading day. The U.S. dollar holds steady against its rivals after posting impressive gains on Monday. Consumer confidence report for July, alongside JOLTS job openings and goods trade balance data for June, will be featured in the U.S. economic calendar. Additionally, market participants will pay close attention to headlines coming out of the second day of trade talks between China and the United States. The U.S. dollar index rose 1% on Monday, and it did register its largest day gain since May, as markets cheered the news of a trade deal between the European Union and the United States. Reuters reported late Monday that U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and China's Vice Premier, and I'm having problems with this name, He Lifeng, I think that's how I say it. Anyway, those two worked together to resolve key trade and technology disputes, with China seeking relief from U.S. tariffs and curbs on tech exports. And that, of course, was during talks over in Stockholm, Sweden. Early Tuesday, the U.S. dollar index fluctuates in a tight channel at around the 98.7 level, while U.S. stock market index futures trade modestly higher on the day. USD, CAD, that did gain about 0.3% on Monday and closed the third consecutive day in positive territory. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney noted on Monday that despite U.S. President Trump's claims that Canada is difficult to deal with, trade talks are ongoing. PM Carney also noted that any offer on the table from the U.S. is likely going to involve reactionary tariffs, making the effort to find middle ground a moot point. The pair stays in a consolidated phase in the European morning and trades slightly below the 1.375 level. Moving on to Aussie dollar, U.S. dollar pair, it did decline sharply on Monday. Pressured by the broad-based U.S. dollar strength, the pair stabilizes early Tuesday and fluctuates in a narrow channel above the 0.650 level. In the Asian session on Wednesday, the Australian Bureau of Statistics will publish Consumer Price Index, CPI data for the second quarter. Moving on to the euro dollar, it did fall more than 1% on Monday and had erased all the gains it recorded in the previous week. The pair struggles to gain traction early Tuesday and trades below the 1.16 level. Moving on to pound US dollar, it stays on the back foot and trades below the 1.335 level after losing about 0.6% on Monday. The Bank of England will publish mortgage approvals and new lending to individuals data for June later in the session. US dollar Japanese yen corrects lower and trades below the 148.5 level after setting a fresh weekly high at 148.7. And that, of course, was during the Asian trading hours this morning as well. So gold started the week on a bearish note, and it did drop to its lowest level in about 3 weeks, near that $3,300 level. XAU USD staged a modest rebound early Tuesday, and it's actually near the 3320 level. Now for just a bit on Bitcoin. We're going to talk about the VIX for a second. So Bitcoin volatility bulls may soon get their wish because seasonal patterns in the CBOE's volatility index, the VIX for short, suggest Wall Street is poised for increased turbulence. The VIX measures the anticipated 30-day swings of the S&P 500 benchmark. Its historical pattern, according to barchart.com, shows a frequent August surge. So get ready for an August surge. And that's often preceded by a decline in July, which we've clearly seen. August stands out as having the highest average monthly gain, which is actually 13.68% over the last 15 years, rising in 10 of those years, including a monumental spike of 135% we had back in 2015. The VIX fell for a third straight month in July, extending the slide from April highs. It did hit a 5-month low of 14.92 on Friday. And that's according to data from TradingView. If history is a guide, this decline is likely setting the stage for the August boom in volatility and risk aversion on Wall Street. The VIX, which has been nicknamed the fear gauge, spikes higher when stock prices decline, and it falls when they rise. In other words, the expected volatility boom on Wall Street could be marked by a stock market swoon, which could spill over into the Bitcoin market. Bitcoin does tend to track the sentiment on Wall Street, especially in the technology stocks, fairly closely. Bitcoin's implied volatility indices have developed a strong positive correlation with the VIX, signaling a steady evolution into VIX-like fear gauges. Since November, Bitcoin's 30-day implied volatility indices have declined sharply, ending the positive correlation with the spot price. So, and finally, let's do a quick check on today's economic calendar before getting back to the show once more. 9 a.m. Central Standard Time here in the U.S., we do have JOLTS job openings. The previous number on that was a 7.77 million job increase. We are projected to be slightly less this time at 7.51 million. At 9 o'clock as well, the CB Consumer Confidence Report. I call it the cheeseburger consumer confidence, just so it's easier to remember. But its previous number was a 93. It's projected to go up to 95.9. But that's more of an orange calendar event, so not near as important as red. Other than that, the only other thing on the docket today is Australia at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time does have the CPI report for the quarter over quarter and the year over year coming out. So looks to me like the quarter over quarter CPI was 0.9%, forecasted to drop slightly to 0.8% today. And then the year over year number should remain the same at 2.1%. And then lastly, the trend mean CPI quarter over quarter, same thing. It's projected to stay the same at 0.7%. So that's about it on the economic front. I'm going to get us back to the show, and we'll jump into some more charts. Back over to you.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
Yeah, cool. We're back. Thank you very much. Well done.
How about that VIX number?
Just getting an expert at reading that news. That's for sure. Nice.
All right, let's get my chart back up. I'll finish my alerts real quick. Michael, did you finish your piece just a minute ago?
Yeah, I just want to jump in really quick. When you guys pass it back to me, I can dig deeper into it when I go through everything else as well.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just blitz through my last handful of alerts. Bitcoin. Okay. So yeah, Swiss Jap, I'm done with that. Euro New Zealand. Yeah, that was the one I went over already. So pound CAD, same thing. Getting this retail cluster, you know what, right here. So give me a pull back to the supply overhead. Right there. Now that supply zone is actually a little smaller time frame. I think that was my 1 hour. Yeah. So 1 hour zone right here. Nice big green candle up before a big giant spike down. So showing strength in that area. I love it. Oh, and one other thing I want to talk about real quick was supply and demand zones. I don't want to see any more than about 4 candles in that zone. So what is that? What do I mean? So if we look at this zone, and this is the same whether it's a supply or demand zone, we got a leg in, which is that big red candle. And then we have 1, 2, 3 green candles before the spike, but the spike down. So that's 3 candles. That's 3 basing candles, right? So 2 to 4 candles is essentially what I want. We got the leg in, 1, 2, 3 basing candles, and then the leg out. Because I don't want price to spend a ton of time there. Because if it's spending a lot of time there, then it's taking more and more orders, right? So the goal is, and this is probably something I should have explained way back when, but yeah, the less time spent at that zone, the better, right? Just think about it. I mean, if price is standing there 5, 6, 7 basing candles, then that basically drops the probability on that zone working, because all the orders have been filled before price did eventually move. So it's just something I wanted to point out. That's really my goal for any supplier demand zone, regardless of the time frame I'm looking at it on. So yeah, just give me a boost up to there and we'll sell it. So Euro Jap. This is another one that's not yet on my bullish. It's more neutral, but I do have a really nice retail sideways movement. Same thing. Got that nice looking demand down at the bottom here. So it looks like it's getting close to it. Looks like it's getting real close to it, actually. But yeah, I mean, again, I think I touched on it yesterday. I mean, some of these euro pairs aren't really giving me a bullish score, but I still look at the trade deal as more long-term good, right? I mean, we obviously had the gap up, but it's retraced on that. So, as you can see, on a 4-hour candle, we did get quite the bullish candle. Now it's red, but it's bullish candle because it closed at about 90% at the top of the range, right? Top of the range. So that's a bullish candle, even though it's red. So for anybody watching, just because a candle's red doesn't mean it's bearish. Just because a candle is green doesn't mean it's bullish. It all depends on where price closed relative to the open and the range. Mm-hmm. So I see that as a bullish, really strong bullish candle. So right. This is another one that could almost be just a technical only trade. Let me look at. I just want to look on my Edge Finder real quick. So Euro Japanese yen, I am showing. Yeah, so it's neutral. But yeah, I'll probably stay away from it because even the fundamentals by itself isn't giving me that good a score. So yeah, gonna ignore it. But it's definitely there in case we get some data to move my scores around. So pass, as Michael says, hard pass for now.
Right.
Yeah, S&P, really all the indices here, the S&P, the Dow, the NASDAQ, I mean, they're still at all-time highs. I just need some bigger pullbacks. I mean, if I go back to the S&P, and they're still giving me bullish signals, so let's see here. NASDAQ is at 8, so you guys, yesterday it was a 9, and remember last week it was in double digits. So the NASDAQ is slowly taking off a point on my bullish score each day. So I look at that as a little bit of a trend as well. So it just kind of makes me think twice about that. But yeah, NASDAQ 8, Dow 8, S&P is a 6. So, but we'll still keep an eye on it for now. But I just don't really see the greatest zones. I mean, I see clusters. I see a little bit of retail action. I did put an alert here on this. I think that was like a 10-minute, something like that. Yeah, so I guess that would have been a 15. It's like about a 15-minute. Go look at that on a 15-minute time frame. Yeah. So I do have an alert set there because I did like the spike out, but it's got that retail sideways action not too far away. So probably going to ignore that. I'd probably be more interested if it came down to this zone on a smaller time frame. So I'm just going to get that tease out of my way now and just bring it down to this zone. A little wider. That's more of a cluster on a 15-minute. Let's see here. Yeah, we'll just leave it right there. And I'm not even too excited, honestly, about that zone. But I just like to see what happens if it gets down here. I mean, you look at it on a 4-hour, it's got a nice tail and then a big sharp move up, right? Move up into that new congestion. So, yeah, buying up here would be buying over value. Buying underneath would be buying under value. So, at some point, I could definitely see it turning. But, yeah, I just need a pullback. And, yeah, that's pretty well the same for the Dow and the NASDAQ as well. This looks a lot better on the Dow because I do have a good-looking zone down here on the 4-hour chart, followed by about 7 bullish candles. So yeah, that would probably be my closest point there on the 44,382 level. Now, if that fails, I'll know why, because if you look even on a daily, that's just nothing more than a big sideways action. So I think ultimately, look at that, I'm changing my mind as we go. I don't like that zone anymore. Be more interested in the daily. Yeah,
You are allowed to.
Too much. That's right. That's right. I can change my mind all I want.
You're the king of your own castle.
Yeah,
That's right.
You're the one clicking the mouse.
Yep. Yeah, because when you look at it, you look at that zone on a daily, and that's just nice looking. And you got a little bit of a form of resistance. Resistance often becomes support. So, yeah, let's delete that flirt that I had up there. All right. So that's it for the indices, and then really just a couple more pairs. The pound New Zealand, sideways nonsense here. I did put the zone. I did put an alert on this area here. Likely not one I'm going to take because it's pretty well part of all this sideways action. The obvious zone would be much higher up if and when it gets up there. I mean, that's a long way. That might as well be 1,000 miles away, to be honest with you. But, yeah, this is just too much sideways action. This is where everybody's getting chopped up. I mean, if you wanted to sell at the top of this chop, buy at the bottom of this chop, it would be a little higher probability. But definitely stay the heck out of the middle, basically between those blue lines. So, again, I just want to watch price. I just want to see what happens if and when it gets in there. If it's giving me a super strong volume candle coming out of there, bearish engulfing, maybe. I might put a small position size on it. But I'm more like the other pound pairs, to be honest. I like the pound New Zealand the most as far as the economics because it's given me the strongest bearish score of a -12. Right, so that's really the only reason I'm even considering taking this girl out on a date right up here. Right, I mean that's just as strong of a score as it gets on the bearish side. So we'll see. Euro, Canada, dollar. Again, this is the one that was on my bullish numbers yesterday, but it's since fallen to where's it at? Euro, CAD. Oh yeah, 2. So we're all the way down to a score of a 2. So it's quite neutral. But again, I do like this zone down here on the left, getting underneath all this chop fest. It is bouncing off the higher time frame supply zone way back here. Okay, way back in time. We did have this green candle up before a big spike down, and then you can see it just ran away. So. Clear back in 2018, guys. That's how far back I'm going for this supply. Wonder what that looks like on a monthly. Yeah. So here's the monthly chart. You got a couple points up here, but I'm going for the highest. So definitely a spot of overhead resistance. But yeah, smaller time frame, 4 hours. I did put a demand here on a much smaller time frame just to watch, and yeah, it just goes to show when you look at zones that are inside of a big sideways chop fest, like this, it's just much lower probability. So that rang true right there. But you get down to this level, hey, we might have a setup. But again, I need at least a couple things to benefit the euro or go against the Canada dollar for me to even be interested in this spot. So, but technically it looks good. So we'll see. We'll see if we get any news to help that pair out at all. And then finally, the DAX. The DAX, the one that I've been watching for all month now. Sideways chop, 4-hour demand, sitting inside of a daily demand, super sexy move upwards, diddling in the middle for the retailers. Give me a drop. I'm probably going to take that as a technical setup, guys. I know I mentioned it yesterday, but nothing's really changed. It just, mwah, mwah. It should just look so pretty. I just want to take it. So
Gotta love it.
I think that's pretty. And then the last thing, the only thing I'm looking at just as the day progresses, the stream is this one here on the New Zealand dollar. It did drop into demand, but it's more chop fest. So again, this is just one I'm going to watch. I haven't really gotten any type of strong volume coming out of it. I mean, it had some strong volume initially coming in, but after it curled around, the volume's just kind of going down. So the effort's not meeting the result. So pretty well hard pass on this. That's about it. That's about all I got for the moment, fellas.
Nice.
Cool.
Nice.
That is about
Sweet.
it for the moment.
I like the fact that you're about to take a pure technical trade. It's like because it looks that pretty.
It makes. I'm telling you, man. I feel like I'm cheating on my fundamental algorithm, but I got a couple of them that just look good. If it looks great, it looks great.
Nice. Sweet. Okay.
The question is it a Monet disguised as a Mona Lisa?
No, that is the question.
Right?
That's the $1 million question.
That is the question. We can switch to my screen quickly. I want to have a look here at gold. I'm not ready for a trade yet, but I think it is very, very close. So we can just show my charts, please.
Nice.
Right, so we have. Sorry if I'm clearing my throat, Alton. It's a little bit dry today. We have a 5-wave move to the upside, ABC, and then a very expansive 5-wave move back up. And where did it hit? This upper red warning line. Now we're getting a little move lower. We also have, as Senor Rick in our chat there pointed out, previous week's lows. A bit of a wide sort of area, one could say, right? Retest of previous week's lows. So a lot going on there, guys, and which is not on this chart. So if I go there, smaller time frame, bearish order block. And I know you were saying, Tiger, you don't like it if there is a lot of candles in these supply and demand zones. Although this is a 5-minute, one heck of a strong move out of there.
You know what? I was looking at that zone too. Again? I was looking. Yes, I was. I was looking at it on a 30-minute, trying to decide if I wanted to take that sell. Looks like it's starting to run off without us, huh? Or me, anyway.
The only thing is it's just one sort of boom, straight move into there and a decline lower. Ideally, you see this little block here I've got over there. If we got, let's say, another move higher from here, and then we come down, maybe giving us a little bit of bearish divergence, which is something I quite often, not often, but, well, I don't know, sometimes look at, especially if I'm a little bit unsure. just your good old MACD,
MACD.
and wait for some either on the signal line, MACD line, or on the histogram side of things, right? So this is the other thing. I'll probably have to switch around between charts here or time frames. This is a good example. We have that 5-wave move, and then we get a little bit of divergence. And this time between this peak, that previous peak on the MACD, right? Histogram, that is. And a move lower. When things are very volatile, like it has been, you will a lot of times get very strong reversals with no divergence. So take it with a pinch of salt. It's just another, I don't know, filter or overlay that could potentially help you with your decision making. So is that a high? Potentially so. My only other thing is if we do make another high here, then this doesn't count 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It counts as 7 waves, which would then invalidate this idea. Let me just mark that off, will you? Well, we do have time here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's make that minute. Or something like that. 5-wave overlaps, typically either a leading diagonal to kick off a new move higher, or an A and a corrective structure. And here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 again, where to that upper red warning line of this pitchfork, anchored at the end of the first 5 waves. This looks like a little ABC. ABC, expanded flat. Something like that. So where we stand right now, this could be an A, a B, and a C. And let me make that a bit bigger. Let's use mine. All right. So, area of interest, bearish order block, upper red warning line of a pitchfork, previous week's lows. It looks attractive, I would say that. Since we're talking about the attractive setup, we'll keep with that theme today.
Yep.
But price will need to fail here. I think if we make another move higher here, something else is going on. Then I think we're going higher. Then this could potentially be a first wave, second wave, third wave, fourth wave, fifth wave, and that would then like invalidate all these others, and that would tell me then that we're actually potentially, well, not actually, potentially going higher in that corrective structure upwards that I've been anticipating from the higher time frames. Because if we have a 5-wave sequence upwards, let's just make this a different color. Try to disregard the other ones I've just drawn. Let's go something like this, cycles to big primary. Yeah. Then we'll have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then corrective, fail to go to a new low. And then do another 5-wave sequence upwards to give us a much larger ABC that I've been anticipating. That then might lead to another decline to then complete that potential E wave that I've been talking about for quite some time on the higher time frame of things. So just to confuse you guys a little bit more, let's switch to the higher time frame. But no, I'm not confusing you guys. You're probably sick and tired of this already.
I don't know why you
to all our viewers.
every day.
Because you see this every single day, right? So yeah. But maybe to all our viewers, I'm just trying to bring them up to speed. What potentially could be going on here? So if we find support where price is currently, right, then I mentioned this earlier. I want to see something like this, and then that. That would just look nice and clean, better looking for an E wave. If you know me, and then go ahead. Right, so that could potentially be what's going on, and what we've seen now on the smaller time frames. If price were to head higher here again, could potentially very well be the early indication that it is what we're dealing with. So at a decision point, pretty close to invalidating this count with what we might just have an ABC. But it would be nice if that is the case, so then we have downside sooner rather than later, and potentially a trade setup, or at least another one this morning. Right, so if price fails to break to new highs here, or new highs above today's current high, at around about, what is that, 3330, and we see a continuation lower, then I think there'll be enough time to try to, you see there's a bullish fair value gap here as on the 5 minute. You know, if we can maybe get like an invalidation of some sort here, a retracement, and then trade lower, I think that'll be a way more conservative type of entry, but I think a bit more of a safer entry rather than just trying to jump in here and assume that price is going to go downwards again, if it makes sense. But there's a lot coming together here at that high. That's what I'm pretty much trying to say. So I am very interested in the short. It's just that I'm going to hang a bit and see what price actually wants to do next here. Which path is it going to follow? And I'm perfectly fine just being a bit more patient and let price tell me rather than trying to guess too much. Always trying to stay a step ahead of what price might be doing, and if it does do that, formulate a plan around that pretty much. If this, then that sort of scenario, which we quite often talk about.
Yeah, the if-then scenario.
So yeah, that's what I'm looking at there. That's what I'm looking at on gold. I think something I did not cover previously was WTI, crude oil, which for me is still one heck of a mess at the moment.
What is oil getting?
Yeah, so
US
I mean, I don't know. I'm not training crude for some time until we break out of. You will see I have alerts above and below this mess here. So we need a proper strong breakout above or below this, and then I'll say like, cool, maybe target these, market geometry lines or the upper ones to the upside. One more thing before I switch back here is the dollar index. This is a chart I've shown a little while back, and it's actually a pitchfork that I've drawn. I think it was the start of Jan or something. This one's sloping to the downside. Again, my favorite setting, the shift pitchfork. What happened when price reached that lower is this box I've actually drawn for a member that was in the chat asking where support might be coming in, or do we have downside targets on the dollar index. And that's a zone I drew before price actually got there. Now price has reached that low red median line, this blue one, and we're seeing now a bounce to the upside. If you really want to complicate things a bit more, we can use these pitchforks sloping to the upside, and pretty much where they've sort of crossed or very close to it, created an area. That's how I got that box. Potential target area, price beautifully moved towards it and found support. Now, am I saying this is it? for the decline in the dollar index? Definitely not. But I'm expecting a little bit more upside potential here, actually. We go to 4 hour time frame. Right, pretty strong move on the 4 hour upwards. And now we've just actually broke above these highs we set around mid-July this month. So if maybe this entire thing is some sort of a ABC, it could still be heading towards, again, the same angles that sort of acted as resistance or support below here could now act as resistance potential to the upside. It just depends how fast price actually gets there, right? That's why we'll also use a pitchfork sloped in the direction of this bounce to try to figure out how far does this market still have to go to the upside, right? It just fell short of this upper channel line around 99.14. But again, I think if this is an ABC, this is a little bit short-lived for a C wave. Price might mess around here a little bit more, and at some stage, give us something a bit more symmetrical like this. That would be my expectations. So let's see. I thought I'll just show that on the dollar index for those that are interested in the Forex side of things. Obviously, this coincides with gold coming down a little bit. Well, a little bit, quite strongly, as well as your euro US dollar and pound US dollar that's been weakening, right?
Good stuff.
Just the technical side of things. How this all correlates, I've got no damn clue. But it does.
Well, it's a great idea, though, doing all that on the currency indexes, just to get the overall geometry, like you said. I mean, that's just a perfect way to look at the technicals. I mean, yeah, I can definitely see the value doing it on the indexes. Probably something I'm going to start doing some more of, actually, to be honest with you. Just so that I know from the index point of view.
It can be quite subjective in nature to use market geometry, but I said, just do this over and over. It's a visual tool, right? So you need to go decide which, points you use to go and draw, let's say, pitchfork or channel or whatever the case might be, and just look backwards. Is price sort of like following those angles? Although this happened in the past, I mean, we can't trade the dollar index, but you can see here price has found resistance at this pitchfork's center line. Support, break, and now pull back to it. So that tells me there's a good chance price will hit this upper line there. But then again, there will be instances where it fails to do that. Because there's a lot of wicks at these previous highs over here, one could go and say like this and use the highest green candle during this formation to the upside, and then you can say price is now hit it already. So, that is, you just can't tell what price will do.
Well, it's powerful because, like, when you showed it from the beginning of the, which end was the S&P or the NASDAQ or something the other day, like, yeah, that's just, and then when you copied it one on top of the other, it's pretty accurate looking, when you do that. So, yeah,
especially when, like I said, you're dealing with with those markets that are just powering to the upside, and like the indices, they are up in the sky. Look left, no structure to work with. Where could they potentially be going? And I'm still sticking with that analysis on the NASI, especially around 25,120 to 28,000. It's a monthly chart here, guys. So it's a pretty large zone, but it might take them a few months to get there. If price still continues higher, we could also obviously get a decline in between. But I would be really careful if price were to hit that area, get in there. Assume that we could then finally get a deeper decline. I wouldn't say find the SFR. Obviously, want the indices to go down, or like any hardships and all that sort of stuff, or recessions or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. I just do say that it is healthy to have a little bit of a reset, right? This
look
to
at
me
the
is
look at
not
the April.
that healthy, right?
Look at that April low. Dropped right on to 2 of the blue lines.
Look, yeah,
That's where
they
everybody
crossed.
was panicking. Yeah, panicking. That's when the VIX was sky high for a short while there. But yeah, bounced right on those two lines. So and further back to the left too. That line. It's pretty accurate. It's pretty scary how accurate that thing can be.
It is. It's just having a little bit of the cojones to trade it.
Right.
But I quite often use these, especially the high time frames, as a bit more of a framework of directional bias. Where can price go to, and that sort of things. And it's all replicated on lower time frames. But I do also find, like what you guys are doing, if you do this in higher time frames, extremely accurate, very accurate, and these lines become more powerful as like a drawing price or acting as support and resistance. I mean, it's pretty clear to see. So interesting. But let's see.
Definitely adding it to my formula.
Cool. We got about 15, 17 minutes left, and we're going to go on our break. To all our viewers, guys, you still there with us? Got any questions? Let us know. That's what we're here for. We're trying to trade. We're trying to teach. But we're all students of the markets. Thanks for viewing or attending these sessions that we have. So, guys, it's your time to shine as well. If you want to ask any questions, let us know. Let us know. Any of the markets charts that you like to trade.
Any charts, any fundamentals, anything.
I've got some sort of alert going off. I'll have to check what that is. All right. Anyway, so that's me for now, guys. If one of you want to...
Michael, did you have any
jump on in there?
Yeah. So like always,
that's it for me for now.
Yeah, like always, we can jump into the charts and I can go through everything like my normal walk down of what I will be looking for sure.
Cool, please do.
Yeah, we can get my chart showed up here, please. That'd be awesome. All right, perfect. Cool. So let's kind of start at the top here, like I always do. With NAS, and I still got this on here from yesterday. All right, for any new viewers, anyone who is not familiar with my style of looking at these markets, this is in essence everything I'm looking at here, guys. From the actual cycle, as always mentioned, I'm staying away from this peak high, and I'm staying away from this peak low as well. That's what I would call chop city. Yeah. I do not want to get chopped up in any of that. So definitely staying away from a peak high and peak low. And I'm only focused and interested in these two other levels, which is level 1, where the 1350 will cross and create some type of bounce off the 50 EMA. And then which additionally to this break and retest, so this exact zone here. And then additionally, the level 2, where the 50 and the 200 EMA will cross together. And then give me some type of pattern off the 200 EMA. So whether it be a M or W, whether it be what I would call a half a bat, or whether it be a head and shoulders pattern off that 200, that's exactly what I'm looking at. Like literally nothing more, nothing less. Right. So coming into it, and then on the right hand side, I just have these questions that I kind of ask myself, like right away, like what am I looking for, right? Like where am I in the cycle? I need to identify if I'm peak high or peak low. If I'm in peak high or peak low, it's a pass. I'm on to the next pair. It's just that simple. The next question I would be asking myself if I'm in level 1 or level 2 would be, do I see a type of pattern? If I'm in level 1, again, I'm looking for a pattern off that 50 EMA. And then if I'm in level 2, I'm looking for a pattern off that 200 EMA. If I do have some type of pattern, from there I will move along to the next question, which would be, do I have higher time frame confirmation? If I'm taking a 1 hour trade, the higher time confirmation would kick in at the 4 hour chart. So I want to see price above or below, depending on what direction I'm going in, that 13 EMA. And then if I am on the 4 hour chart and I'm taking, well, I guess what will basically be a swing trade, I would still kick it up one more level, but that one would be towards the daily chart. And I'm looking for the exact same thing. If I want to go long, I need to see price above the 13 EMA. And if I want to go short, I want to see price below the 13 EMA. Right? So that's, I'd say, about 75% of it all. And then, of course, the last question I asked right before I actually click that mouse is the entry signal. Right? I'm looking for that close above or below the 13 as well, whether it be the 4 hour chart or the 1 hour chart. And then every now and then the 15-minute chart, if I'm trading one of my 4 setups, which is what I would call the ID50 move. Right, so just kind of some preference. Want to kind of set the tone for what I'm actually looking at here when I'm walking down these charts. Right, so quick glance at this before I erase it. Take a mental snapshot of that. Actually, I'll keep it up here.
Screenshot.
Yeah.
Or playback.
I'm going to
as
keep
well.
it up here. Yeah. So I'll keep it up here as a reference, kind of how I did today. It just makes it a little bit easier. Cool. So coming into it, as you can see, we have NAS 100. Just coming right into it, guys. I'm just looking, again, asking myself that first question. Where am I in the cycle? I can easily see that this is level 3, right? We got some type of peak high. I'm not interested in that. I want to see it do something like this. And I will want to catch this move here.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So right away, I can easily see I don't want anything to do with NAS 100 because it's in peak high. It's in level 3. All right. Definitely don't want to touch that at all. So we're kind of staying away from that. And NAS 100 is a pass today. Right. Yeah,
That thing is flying too high.
Yeah. I do not want to touch it when it's that high. Right. Same thing here. And we have a few exceptions, which I'll get into in a moment, but NAS 100 is not one of the exceptions. There's only 2 exceptions to the rule, and we'll get into them here in a minute. All right, so next up would be obviously US 30. Same situation. It looks like this is creating a peak high with some type of head and shoulders pattern. Right, we got some kind of shoulder here, maybe a head, maybe this comes back up and does a shoulder. Right, but I want to see this breakdown as well. Give me some type of structure going short. I don't know if I ever mentioned this to you guys, but I do want to draw this on here really quick. The way I see this, when I draw this part here, is something else that I'm really looking at too, is this area here, right? Like once this happens, this area to me is trapped volume. Why can't I move this over?
Mm-hmm.
Why can't I move this thing? All right, what is happening? I'm trying to move this. All right, I'm going to delete this and just move in another spot because I don't know why I can't move that.
Hmm.
All right, so we'll do it like this. All right, this to me is this locks the pattern, and this is trap volume, right? I don't want to deal with this. Is what makes me think that the entire pattern has shifted direction, right? So once I get this move, this is trap volume to me. Same exact
Mhm.
thing here. Same exact thing. This is trap volume as well.
Trapped meaning, are you talking about like trapped longs?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. These traders are trapped going long at this point, and they really don't want to dip into this
Mhm.
area too much because they're gonna end up letting those traders go, whether they're getting out at break even or got out with a small profit, whatever the case may be. They don't really want to go too far past this area.
Yeah, to
Mhm.
just tap into it.
Just to maybe get some of that little liquidity. Maybe some people move their stops a little bit early. They just want to knock them out the box really quick, and that's it. But they don't want to go too deep into that because there's
Mm.
trillions, billions, hundreds of millions at that level, and they don't want to mess up their books, right? They're
Right.
trading the opposite way, so they don't want to dip too far into that. Just like we do the cost of doing business, they'll give a little bit away because again, that's part of what they need to do to overall move the market in their direction. But they really don't want to let too much of it go, right? Like it's like money flying everywhere, so to speak, and you only got two hands. You can only grab so much of it. No matter how
Yeah.
big your hands are, what technique you use, you can't grab all of it. You can only grab, the amount that you can, right? Um, so yeah, I don't think I ever really mentioned this or brought this up, but yeah,
No,
this is how I
no, that's an
see,
interesting way to look at it. But yeah, makes
right?
perfect sense.
Yep, yep. So cool. So when I see, and that is what I would call locks the pattern, right? Like when I have this structure, and then I get that 1350 cross or 5200 cross. This part right here is what tells me, all right, this is now going this way, or at least it's a high probability chance, right? So same thing with this. At this point, at this level, they're creating volume right now, right? So this is why the level is so high, right? And then once that happens, once again, all of this is locked in. Just put TV, not a television, trap volume.
Trap house.
Right, right. So not interested in that level at all. Right. So moving along, these three have been again. I've been saying this for I want to say at least a few weeks now. I'm not really interested in trading these levels because they're just way too high for me. Way too high. I don't like this not one bit. Like there's a 0% chance that I would trade this level. I just automatically know I'm gonna lose, right? Like the only way I would trade this level, funny enough, and if somebody made me trade it, I would just go the opposite way. Because for some reason, whatever way I think is going to go in that level goes the other way. So I would trade it the opposite way in this level. That would make much more sense. Much more sense, right? So cool. I'm not interested in that either at all. Then let's get to gold.
Mhm.
Gold is super interesting. As I've been saying, this is kind of what I'm looking for on gold. We already have that peak high. If we can draw this up here, right? Got the peak high, 1350 cross, so we know we're in level one. There was no move there, so there was no trade to actually take because as you can see, there was no bounce off of this 50 EMA. Remember, once 1350 cross, you're looking for the bounce off the 50 EMA, but before the 5200 cross, right? So as you can see from here to here, there was no bounce move off the 50, which lets you know there is no move in level 1 that occurred. So your next move is to look for a move off the 200 EMA in level 2, which will look something like what we already have drawn here, right? Some type of infrastructure off this 200 going back to the downside. And as I mentioned yesterday, you got to be careful with this 800 EMA because it can easily bounce off of it. So just be mindful of that. And as you can also see, if you look at the market baseline, it's kind of curved. It definitely wants to continue going up here, making that reload and coming on down. Right? If this happens, I would definitely be all over this trade. Just like EN yesterday, there's no way I would miss this monster move like this. This would be a good one. Nice 2 for 1 on gold.
Yeah.
You know, it'll be good. So this is more
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at as well. That would be nice.
Gold shorts. Gold shorts. We just got to get a little pull back to this area around here. Right? Anywhere from the something like this. This is what I will be looking at.
What level is
as high as
what level is it? Or price is that?
So as high as 33.64, and then low is probably 33.38, somewhere around there. I would like price to create some kind of pattern in that area and then drop.
Yep.
Right, but 100%. This is short. Level 2 shorts.
Pretty similar to what
now,
I'm
of course.
At.
This thing could easily not do that, right?
Yep.
And just continue up because we got this 800 EMA sitting here, and they like to reset at this level, like along that 800 EMA. So that's why I'm saying be a little mindful of it because it could totally go the other way, like reset off this level. And just
look, the higher it can go, the better, you know.
Right. So definitely just want to be careful.
Michael, before you continue there, sorry for interrupting. I've just got news again. Guess what? You guys can probably guess. We are going to give away another free Forex 10K account, as usual. And this will probably last until the end of this month, guys. So to all our viewers, this is a great opportunity to grab that prize. Again, it is a free challenge account, and we'll be giving that away at 6 Central. So that'll be an hour after we take our break, which is in about 2 minutes from now. So please do stay tuned. And guys, on the screen there, you'll see what you need to do to be eligible for this prize. So if you haven't won one of our prizes yet, then please do follow these following steps. Make sure that you subscribe to both our Hola Prime TV and Hola Prime Global accounts. Please comment on this live session. Tell us why you think you should be the next winner. And guys, this is very important. Make sure that your email is linked to your YouTube bio. Otherwise, we cannot make contact with you with the account details and get you set up with that free prize. So please make sure that you do follow those steps. And again, winners will be announced live in just a little bit over an hour from now. So make sure that you stay tuned until the end. Well, it won't be the end. We'll still have an hour to go after that. We are doing long hours here in the morning during the Forex Fire session. But those are the steps you need to follow, guys. We will be picking a name that has followed all those steps. We can definitely see if you actually got your email in your YouTube bio. If you don't, again, we'll just have to pick someone else next in line. So do stay tuned for that. It is also 5 Central. We're on top of the hour right now, and it is also time for our 15-minute break. Sorry for cutting you short there, Coach Michael. But let's
you're
go
fine.
recharge our
I'll pick up
batteries a
when
little
we
bit. We'll be back in 15 minutes. And we'll continue with the analysis. Hopefully get some more trades going. And then again, give away that prize at 6 Central Standard Time. Just about an hour
Yeah,
from now.
buddy.
Anyway, thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you soon, 15 minutes, and we'll be back.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm James. I'm one of your coaches at Hola Prime. I've been trading for about 30 years. Can you believe it? Seems like an awfully long time. But in that time, I've learned a lot about trading the financial markets. And I've learned the best way to trade the markets. By dawn, I chase waves, chase stocks, and sometimes chase my own sanity. Trading, like surfing, is all about timing. Wait too long and you miss the move, and jump in too early and you just wipe out. If you're a new trader and you're struggling with your trading, I think you've come to the right place. I'm really looking forward to meeting you and helping you with your trading. I'm approaching a stop street now, and I'm going to have to stop. Emergency brake if there's traffic coming. And that's one of the things you've got to learn in trading as well, as how to keep safe. And it's one of the main things that I teach in my trading philosophy is risk management, which is not taught very often. Trading is a bit like driving a car, really. You've got to have a license, and in trading terms, having a license is like learning how to trade. And once you've learned how to drive and got the license, learned how to trade, you've got to get good at it. And my philosophy is to teach traders how to trade properly using the tools and techniques that they should be using. My specialty is swing trading, and it's a bit like riding the waves. I've been a surfer for a very long time, and swing trading is not much different. You've got to find the sets and catch the right wave and get out of the wave when it's time. And swing trading is a bit like surfing. When you're surfing, you've got to find exactly the right position in the surf, and swing trading is exactly the same. A lot of people ask me, how did I get to where I am today? How did I learn how to trade? And how can they get to where I am themselves? I think the best answer to that is to get educated, learn how to trade. And there are all sorts of resources out there for you, including fantastic resources here at Hola Prime.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Paul, one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little insight into who I am beyond the charts. I started trading 5 years ago. I made some money, sure, but I also made mistakes, a lot of them. As I progressed though, I realized it's less a game of chasing green and more a game of enacting discipline. As a coach, I try to help traders focus on the process, how they structure their approach, not just on the charts, but in their heads. Everyone wants to 10x their money overnight, right? But real growth, it comes from small, smart, and consistent moves repeated over time. Trading is a journey, so patience is always required, but I am here to help you grow, so don't be afraid to get help. Improving your success rate is what we do.
But after a day of trading or an afternoon of coaching, getting away from the ever-evolving price action of chart setups is a must, as the outdoors can reset your mind, whether it's taking my dog for a walk for 30 minutes or gently strolling on the beach after a winning trade. I never allow myself to get lost in the charts. Stepping back gives me perspective, and perspective is what makes me a good trader. I'm always looking for that balance in everything I do. And if you can achieve the same, you'll soon discover it unlocks so many doors.
So that's my deal. What's yours? Hopefully we'll see you for a coaching session soon where we can level up your skills one profitable trade at a time. I'm going to place a trade.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Sam, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. And in this video, I'm going to give you a short glimpse into my life beyond the charts. Outside of the charts, I love to cook. Anything with fresh local ingredients has a thumbs up for me. And when the weather's good, I like to go out, have a quick jog, keep myself healthy. I started trading almost 15 years ago, and believe me when I say it wasn't an easy journey. There was a lot of ups and downs, mostly downs at the beginning, and it took me, I would say, almost 10 years before I could actually call myself a trader. Personally, I like to travel. I like to go to different places, see different cultures, meet new people. I also like a good spa day, you know, just sit there by a pool, relax, get a massage. You know, you can see from the screens behind me, it's just a lot of stress, a lot of digits, a lot of moving, a lot of fast moving markets. You can't spend your whole day in front of a screen. You will burn out, and sadly, you probably won't be as successful as if you just relaxed a bit more.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hey, I'm Troy Epperson. I'm one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little glimpse of me outside or beyond the charts. Outside of trading, I play golf with my son. As you can see, I have a laptop and multiple screens. I've been trading for about 15 years on my own, and about 25 years before that, even, with a lot of interest in the market. I've realized over time that it's not about the strategy or the method. It's about implementing whatever that strategy or method is, which is super, super important to become consistent as a trader. Everybody wants to get profitable and make thousands of dollars a day, literally overnight, but it's about taking those small incremental trades just over time, taking the same boring pattern over and over again that creates that consistency and develops a discipline to make money trading currencies, futures, or stocks, or whatever you're trading. Golf is great because the parallels with trading are immense. Discipline, doing the same thing over and over again, getting your setup correct, knowing when to do a layup and when to actually go for it. All of those things apply to trading. Balance is super important and is the edge when it comes to trading. We want to be consistent, but at the same time, you've got to be patient, and you need to be able to reach out and ask a coach a question and never feel guilty about doing that. And there's no bad question. Every question is a great question because it helps you enhance your intelligence and your knowledge of the market. Well, that's a bit about me. I hope to see you soon in a live trading session. And remember, we're just looking for one good trade. And once we find that one good trade, we're going to do it again and again and again. I'll see you then.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi there, my name is Paul, trading coach at Hola Prime, and this is a peek behind the scenes of who I am beyond the screens. I've been a trader for 6 years now, spanning from agricultural commodities to equity indices. My philosophy in life is to keep things simple but not simplistic, and to seek clarity, not certainty. In the trading world, these concepts help me embrace a mindset of valuing action over doubt, staying disciplined, evolving with the markets, and maintaining self-awareness. The road to becoming a successful trader is a winding one, but with each twist is an opportunity to reflect and grow. There are no shortcuts in trading, and as a coach, it is my mission to help guide traders down a clearer path to sustainable trading. As a new trader, sometimes the thought of earnings potential can outweigh focus on what truly matters. Long-term success stems from a system of patience, resiliency, and consistency. 2 books I highly recommend that profoundly display these qualities are Mind Over Markets and Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. Outside of trading, I love going to the local beaches and golfing. They allow me to clear my head and have some fun too. Golf is a funny parallel to trade. It requires total concentration, adaptability to changing environments, and the majority of the battle is between your ears. You must have a plan to tackle each hole of the course, combined with sound mechanics to execute each shot. Comparably in trading, plans and strategies are important to build and refine, but precise execution matters equally. That's a brief bit about me. I look forward to seeing you in a live trading session soon and expanding our trading horizons together.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Daryl, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. Join me as I unwind after a long day of trading and coaching. So, like I was describing, I like to get out on the trails, take a break from trading, kind of relax my mind, get some fresh air, get some sunshine. It's not bad that I have a number of trails right in my backyard. This one's about a 3-mile trail, and just over that hill right there is the Pacific Ocean. Sometimes I'll take a drive through the canyons and unwind my mind, but oftentimes grab the dog, come up here on a trail, just sit here, and it's beautiful, you know, beautiful out here. Every trader sees the market differently, and if you've been trading for a number of years and haven't had much success, instead of continuing to learn and research and add more, I would suggest maybe trying to unlearn some of the bad habits and removing some things that hold you back. Oftentimes, being simple in the markets is best, and it's only until we can remove and take away the things that we keep repeating that cause us the errors and the mistakes. Once we remove that, we can start to move forward, build some structure, and get profitable. I find that successful traders trade within themselves. They know their boundaries, they know what they're good at, they know what they're not good at. Just kind of finally forged away and had the discipline to stick with it. It's not trading the markets that's the key. It's truly trading ourselves. And once we can do that, then we can find success. Anyway, it's been nice to get to share a little bit about what I do in my off time and how I unwind from the markets. I look forward to seeing you on our Hola Prime TV channels, live streaming every day. And here's to your success. Thank you.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, my name's Lara, psychologist, performance coach, and for the past few years, trader, a journey that's taught me as much about myself as it has about the markets. My philosophy in life generally is that once we know ourselves, truly know ourselves, the whole world opens up to us. And nowhere is that more true than in trading. Outside of trading, I love to travel, exercise, and spend time in nature. Nature has an incredible ability to reset our minds and bodies, and that's an edge in itself when you return to the markets.
Patience, persistence, the willingness to do the work every single day, this is the foundation of success in trading and in life.
Most traders think success is all about strategy and setups, but actually it's about mindset and discipline. Trading success is about mastering your mind.
For those new to this journey, I always recommend 2 books, One Good Trade and Trading in the Zone. They will teach you the mindset and discipline required to thrive in this business.
As Roosevelt said, a smooth sea never made a skilled sailor. And as we know, the markets are never smooth. Every loss, every challenge, it's an opportunity to lean in and grow stronger.
That's a little insight into me and how I approach trading and performance coaching. I really hope to see you on a session soon. And remember, once we know ourselves, the whole world opens up. So let's trade with that mindset.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi everyone, I'm Stanislava, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. And this is a little sneak peek into how my life looks like beyond anything else. My journey as a psychologist started 20 years ago. Over those 2 decades, I've always worked to broaden and deepen my expertise. As a performance coach, I try to help clients understand how their mindset and emotions affect how they trade. Everybody would like a quick win, But real growth comes from steady habits. It's about self-awareness, discipline, and caring for your mind and your body. It's the kind of balance I try to live by myself, and it is a big part of what I'm teaching my clients in coaching together.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
All right. Back again. A little bit of a break.
Yeah.
Back at it. To all our viewers, we are back. I see we've got a few new names in the chat there. Just a quick reminder that we will be giving away another free 10K Forex Challenge account on top of the hour. All right, it's about 40 minutes, just over 40 minutes from now. So if you haven't won one of these prizes yet, we'll still be giving them away during these sessions and the sessions after us during the future sessions. So if you want to stand a chance to win that prize, then today's your day, hopefully. So good luck to one lucky winner. If you have won before, then we won't be giving away another challenge to you. So just trying to keep things fair. We'll be giving away a challenge to a new subscriber. So, or a new winner, should we say. Again, just please follow the steps required to be eligible for this prize, which is to make sure that you subscribe to both our Hola Prime Global and TV YouTube channels. Keep on commenting here in the comment section. And please make sure that your email is linked to your YouTube bio. Otherwise, we won't be able to contact you with your account details to get you all set up. So if you look there at the screen, those are the steps that you need to follow. Again, the winner will be selected live. We'll do that in about 40 minutes from now. So please do stay tuned. Keep those comments coming in and perhaps tell us why you think you should be today's new lucky winner. And as always, good luck. And we'll be giving that a prize away just shortly. All right, let's jump back into the charts, guys. I think it was Michael busy with his educational session there, as always, which is always interesting to see. The man is very accurate. So
I try to be,
hope you guys
know,
enjoy.
I'm a stickler for some of these things. Yeah, I'm a stickler, and it happens to work out for me when it comes to trading, to be totally honest. So, seriously.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
All right. Well, cool. Let's jump back into it. We left off here on gold. I think we were all talking about this particular level here that I was looking for. I think we're all pretty much looking at this. Interestingly enough, I guess we were all looking at gold long last week at a certain level. This week it's gold shorts at pretty much the same level. So
Yep. How things change.
Script flip.
How quick things change.
Yep. So absolutely. Well, cool. So yeah, this is what we're kind of looking at here on gold. Next up would be silver. Silver's kind of close. It's kind of the same thing. Oh, so I got a lot of these on here from yesterday. I can see that's pretty good. So I'm looking for the same exact thing. Right, we got that 5,200 cross, so we know we're in level 2. And I would want to see silver do something like this as well. We can get that nice close here. This would be a nice as well because this one actually is risking $2 for $2.66. So a bit better RR than gold, to be totally honest. So just by like a half. And then, of course, additionally, I would also want to see this market baseline, how it's pointing up. Go ahead and go above the static and reload. So something else, I don't know if I mentioned this either. I thought about this yesterday. Wait, why is this like this? All right, let me copy this again. This template that I'm using, I think I might have mentioned to you guys that I got my dev to make this, but this is like free. I don't know where I would put the link for if anyone wanted to follow this, like download this template so you can kind of follow my process a little bit more. This is a free template that I put up, so you can actually download this.
The TDI?
No cost. The entire template.
Ah. Well, send it on over.
Nice.
Give me something to play with.
Yeah, the entire template I can is totally free actually, because it just makes it a little bit easier to follow along with me exactly if you had this. So
yeah, makes
also,
sense.
How to hang it or post it, make sure that's okay, and then I'll definitely get it on over. But yeah, if you guys did want to. And then keep in mind too, in the Discord, that's how you can always pretty much book us. If you did, I could get it set up for you on your like on the session. So just wanted to throw that out there. Someone asked me about this yesterday, and I was like,
Nice.
I thought I might have mentioned that, but I guess not. So yeah, if you guys did want this template, you can. Gratis.
Giving out the sauce.
Yes.
Good morning, Master FX. See you in the chat there.
Good morning.
Hey,
Good morning. We are wonderful. We are wonderful.
Presidential Jay already subscribed. Great stuff.
It is.
Sweet. So yeah, this will kind of just like gold is what I will be looking at on silver if it did decide to set up.
Mm-hmm.
So this will be nice as well. Moving on over to crude. This one's a little bit funny, to be totally honest. It's like rich. I'll mark this up, but for some reason, I don't think it will set up because it has a tendency to not. Right. So seeing that we got that 5,200 cross, I know I am in level 2. And I'm looking for that. In this case, since everything crossed the upside, I'm looking for W's off the 200. Right. And then that setup will look something like you want to see price come down, kind of give us that W structure back to the upside. Right. Additionally, seeing that the market baseline is already above the static, we will need it to come below and then back above for that reload. Right. And then I will be interested in a move that looks like this to the upside. Right. Not bad at all, actually. This is a 3 for 3.5. 1 for 3.5. Yeah.
3.5.
Nearly 3.5. Okay. But we can't get too excited because this will end up not setting up.
Does it not usually behave the right way for this?
To be totally honest, it's not even a behave. It's more of it never confirms. Like, I think I've gotten 2 good trades off of it before, and I was surprised when it did set up. Typically, it'll end up either ranging, wicking, something in my system will not confirm. I just wouldn't take it. So as good as this is, R to R, I won't get excited because it'll mess around and not. It's like that chick who, I don't know anything about this, but it's like the chick who stands you up.
Just speculating.
You're right.
Yeah.
How do you operate with those messy charts? I think it's someone said, Ivan, how do you operate with those messy charts? this is what I've been looking at for years, to be totally honest. I'm used to it. This is my home, my bread and butter, in essence. So,
They do tell a story, which is really important, right?
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Everything on there's got a purpose.
She's a
Every single
complicated
thing.
girl and just grew on Michael, right?
Right.
Complicated shark girl.
You said it right.
But I'm sure after you learn it, it's probably just like second nature, looking at it.
Yeah.
Just like learning a little bit of a language, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Trading, and it's funny that you haven't mentioned it. That's my main two things, right? When it comes to, I'd say, testing your brain and just working that part of your brain. Definitely learning the language and trading. It will definitely give your brain some workout for sure.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm actually liking this at this level. This alert hasn't gone off. I think I mentioned to you guys, I took this up here. Now I do have this alert for the second entry. This is close enough. This is good enough for me. So I do just want to, actually, you know what? I'll let this hit first. I'll let it hit just to see. This is super close though. And realistically, actually what I'm waiting for is just for the touch to the 13 EMA. So I'm gonna move this up just
Was
a
that
little
to
bit.
add another position?
Yep, because I only have half of it on now.
Add on.
I want to add the second half at this pullback.
Gotcha.
All right.
Yep. So cool. We'll wait for this to go off. Man, it's so close though. I don't want to. A part of me wants to just jump in now, but I'm certain that as soon as I do, this thing will end up hitting my alert anyway. So I'm gonna just wait.
Yeah. Might as well wait for that half point, half pip.
Yep. So I'll just relax on this one. The peso, of course, I just look at for rate. I don't trade this.
See how much he's
say. I just look at it for either.
pay for his goodies.
Yeah. Right.
Since you live in Mexico.
Mexico.
Michael Evans asking, do you have a mentorship? I can quickly answer that. We do provide one-on-one coaching sessions. You can book that online on our website. There's a section there where you can just select a one-on-one mentorship with either one of the coaches of your preference, and we can hook you up like that. So we do provide mentorship for you.
Yep. And then also in the Discord as well. I believe, I know it got changed up a little. Oh yeah, so here it is here. Yeah, if you go into if you're a part of our Discord, if you look under the section that says trading coaches one-on-one sessions as well.
It's in there as well.
Yeah, you can link there. You can book some time on the calendar, and we can get into it. So yeah, the website or the Discord for sure. Ivan. Cool. So moving along, I'm gonna skip over peso because I don't trade this. I just look at it for the currency exchange rate. So let's get into the Forex pairs, right? This is obviously going the exact way. And this is why you always want to create the if-then scenarios, right? You guys can see just from this clear picture what I was looking for it to do last week. And it did not. Actually, I think this was yesterday. Yeah, this was yesterday. And it did not do it. So when it does this, I simply delete it and I just draw it over, right? So now I'm not interested in longs. I'm interested in shorts for the simple fact that the 5,200 has crossed to the downside at this point, right? I know I'm in level 2 and I'm looking for M's off the 200 at this point. Now this will need to do a little bit of work just to get back up here, but overall it will still be more or less the same. I would still want to see price come up here, give me some type of M structure, and drop back down. Now, just like the other one, I forget which pair it was exactly. but you will want price to close below this 800 EMA, right? So that will look something like this, right? Obviously, still need our market baseline to go above the static here so we can get our confirmation on the TL. And boom, that will look something like this. If this sets up this way, I would love to take this trade. Absolutely love it. Again, just want to watch out for this 800 EMA right here. That'll be the only caveat that you kind of want to make sure you're watching for, because it could easily bounce off of it if you take the trade before it closes below and then run the other way. And then you're sitting there looking crazy. So the smartest thing to do is to wait.
Crazy.
Right. And trust me, it will happen. Like everything that I say is because I've seen it happen 1,000 times already. I had one of my traders yesterday. We were in a group and we took Euro NZD short, and I saw this today. She messaged. She said, "Hey, my trade hit TP, which was cool, but I only made 27 cents on it. I think I messed up the calculation." Like, there's no think. You definitely messed up the calculations.
Yeah. You can't even buy coffee for that, unfortunately.
Yeah, you
pay the tax on the coffee.
You can't do anything with that. Right. You could lose 27 cents on the streets and probably not even notice that. Like, that's how little that is. Like,
that just falls out of your pockets. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm anxious to speak with her today after the session's over with. Like, look now, you don't want to, because the thing that happens is, right, like say we lose a trade or two in a row, it just throws off your entire equity curve, your entire risk to reward, your entire process. So, it's okay. You don't want to beat yourself up about it, but at the same time, this business is too tough as it is to be making rookie mistakes like that. Like, you can't do that long term.
Look, I find a lot of traders want to just get to the business of trading, right? And there's also a learning curve involved into how to operate the platform as well. They probably understand all about risk management, or they grasp that. But when it gets to what different type of orders you must use, navigating the platform properly, or your order book before you actually execute or send away that order.
Yeah.
That's an additional learning curve.
Yeah.
Agreed. 100%. Because I say it all the time. I'm like, you know what? No matter what happens, there's a few mistakes that you're going to make no matter what. Mistake number one is, at some point, you're going to take the wrong pair. Whether you meant to take Euro GBP AUD and you took Euro AUD, you're gonna make that mistake. There's gonna be times where you meant to go short and you accidentally went long, right?
Yeah.
There's gonna be times where you over leverage, you didn't mean to lose that much or make that much, and times you under leverage, you didn't mean to, put that much on, or you meant to put on more. These are gonna be mistakes, no matter how many times we say don't do that. You have to figure it out on your own. You just have to.
Yeah, as long as you don't, as long as you don't do it to the caliber of the Japanese trader. Oh gosh, I don't remember the name of the firm, but there was a Japanese trader that added in an extra couple zeros or something, and he ended up losing. I don't know how many. Hundreds of millions of dollars that he lost for just simply fat fingering the risk.
Look, we fingered a few trades as of late, but nothing to do with like adding too many zeros.
I gotta figure out what was that.
Mistakes are going to happen in the heat of the moment. And as Michael was also saying, if you notice you made a mistake, cancel the trade and do it over again immediately.
Yeah, immediately. If you're thinking, so I'm gonna say it this way, right? When that happens and you make a mistake, the very first thing that you probably ask yourself is, man, do I close the trade and just redo it, or do I just wait and see what happens? Do not wait and see what happens. Do not wait and see what happens. Right?
So,
because the chances of it not working out for you is extremely high. For some weird reason, that's just how it works. Right? And then if it does go your way, let's say you were too leveraged, and it does end up going your way, don't be upset and say, man, had I just, stuck into the trade and not fixed it, I would have made X amount of dollars. Don't think of it that way. Don't think that. Right? Because it could have easily went against you, and you would have said, whew, good thing I got out of the trade and fixed it. So you can't have your cake and eat it too when it comes to that. You got to pick one. And the right decision is close the damn trade. All right? And do it the right way.
Yeah,
Seriously.
so here it is. So in 2005, an inexperienced trader at a Japanese bank tried to sell one share of JCOM stock for 640,000 yen. He accidentally sold 640,000 shares for 1 yen each, the equivalent of selling $3 billion worth of shares for the price of 5,000. So that happened, and they ended up losing $225 million, the equivalents in yen, in minutes.
Right.
So that's quite the story right
insane.
there.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Obscene.
That is like,
obscene.
Yeah. Luckily.
See, what had happened was.
That's how it starts off. I always look at it as Axelrod would never accept anything like that. You're fired.
Yeah.
Axelrod.
Yep.
You're fired. Simple as that. Right? But yeah, good stuff, guys. Cool. We're kind of just moving forward here. I know we had some huge drops earlier. That was EU. Let's get into EJ. This one is pretty close too. As you can see, we're just now getting this 5,200 cross. So just like EU, I know that I am in. I'm gonna just put L2 here. I know I'm in L2, right? So same thing. I'm looking for that M structure off of the 2A, and my target would pretty much be the 800. Right. Simultaneously, the market baseline would need to come back up and give me that infamous reload, trap those traders going the wrong way, activate those orders, and let me be on the other side, going short. Right. And that move will look something like this. One won't be bad either. If it's to set up close to like a 3 for 1. Right.
There you go.
Yeah, Michael, we got a comment here. It's like, what's your favorite Forex pairs to trade on?
To be honest, there's a few of them I like. I like Euro NZD. Actually, I'll just type them here on the screen. I'll just put the abbreviations. I like EN. EN. I like GA and EA. I like GN too. So these are my favorite four. And I'll say they're my favorite four because they're my highest performing. They always act right. I don't have any issues out of them.
The good looking ones.
Yeah, exactly. Right. The ones who are sane, they don't do nothing too crazy. They don't try to order all the crabs and lobsters and take advantage of the date. They just act right, say they're done, regular nice day.
The nines.
I like these.
The 9s and the 10s. Yeah.
Exactly. Right? I like these. Like, you know what? We can do that again. That's how good that was. We can do that again. Right?
Yeah. Now, as far as mine, basically I look more so for the ATR, the average true range. So stuff that moves. I prefer stuff that's moving 70, 80 pips an average a day or higher. That's really what it boils down. That's how I have all mine listed on my watch list, is the highest ATR to the lowest. So I don't really have a favorite just whatever moves, because supply and demand works the same on all of them.
Right.
As long as the setup looks good, right? At least something.
Yeah, as
needs
long as
to
it
look
looks
good.
good. Got to look good. Yep. Yeah. It's got to pass the eye test.
Cool.
On my
so you
side,
guys
I don't
can hear.
really trade the Forex space. I'm more into crude oil, gold, and the indices.
Right.
Yep. And I think one of the easiest ones to trade is the dollar Japanese yen, honestly, because I mean, the dollar.
Yeah.
As the dollar goes, the Japanese yen tends to follow along like a little puppy dog. So probably one of the easier ones to learn.
Yeah, I think a lot of traders start with UJ.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Low spread, pretty predictable.
Yep. Cool. So I did just get this alert, and just as predicted, right? This is where patience pays. This alert did just go off for me to get my second position on. So I'm going to touch this now. So it's at 117,700 is what we'll do. So 117,700. This is where I put my second position on. Now I could put on a pending, guys. I do that sometimes. Sometimes I'll just put a pending on. Sometimes I just want to get the alert on because I might change my mind. So in this case, I just put on a pending. I'm sorry, I didn't put on a pending. 117,700. Okay, cool. 117,700. All right, then I'll just put my other position on here at 125, and we'll just buy this right here at market. Not sure why it says that. I am definitely nowhere near my risk, outside of my risk parameters. That's interesting. Oh, you know what? Because it's Bitcoin. Yep, it's Bitcoin.
Very high margin requirements
All right.
in Bitcoin.
Yep. Man, even at 1%, that's crazy. All right, so let's do 127.50, just like the other one. 127.50. 127.50. Let's see what this will put us at. And cool. So we are fully in Bitcoin longs right now. Let me update this. So we're in that.
Nice.
21. Yeah, 0.21 was what we're in on a lot size wise. And then let me reshare my screen to just this. All right, cool. So we're in at 0.21. Let me update this to get the full.
Cool. Well, Michael, while you update that, just a quick note to all our viewers. We've noticed that some of you guys in the chat, they have not linked your email addresses to your YouTube bio. Again, this is really important so that we can actually reach you guys with those account details to get you set up with today's 10K challenge account that we're going to be giving away in about 15 minutes time. So trying to select at the back end who's going to be today's winner. Make sure that you have a link to your email to your YouTube bio and that you subscribe to both our YouTube channels. That's Hola Prime TV as well as Hola Prime Global channels. So please make sure that you quickly go and do that, and then we will select a winner based on that. Again, we do keep tab on previous winners. So if you've won before, then unfortunately you will not walk away with a prize again today. We can give it to someone new that has not won as of yet.
Yes.
Get it update. Update.
Sweet. Well, yeah, guys, make sure you have your email in there so we can actually give you the account. Right? Pretty simple stuff. So yeah, just make sure you got that.
And guys, it's a big prize. We've been giving them away daily during the Forex Fire session. This is our 7th now. I'm losing tab already, but anyway,
I've
we're
lost
going to
count.
continue giving them away till the end of this month, as far as I know. So if you haven't won yet, please make sure you do go follow those steps so that we can make you a winner today.
Yes, yes, yes. I've lost count at this point.
Again,
too.
really good opportunity to get your foot in the door there with a prop trading account. If you've not traded on a prop trading account before, anyway, it's free. It's mahala, so can't get any better than that.
Gratis.
Stacey with us. I got fool's gold today. Got whipped out. Yeah, gold has been making a nice move upwards. So I'm still expecting a decline at some stage, but really trying to time it properly.
Yeah, gold has been moving for sure.
Those gold, they got wicked out. Those wicks. Yeah, I got gold at pretty much neutral. It's score 0. It doesn't get any more neutral than that, but it's kind of funny because, you know, I kind of look at the overall top setups, kind of a combination of the economic data, the technical, and the sentiment. Well, if I break it down into just the economic data, well, gold's giving me quite the bearish signal. So basically, just so you guys know, so gold is giving me, where's it at? -4 when we just isolate only the economic reports. Well, on that report, -4 is the start of the bearish, right? So bearish for just the eco score. If we look at the sentiment, gold is giving me a bullish score of a 3, and 3 or better is bullish. So there's really a few different ways of using the edge finder, right? If you want to combine everything, which is pretty much what I do, or if you want to make a trade based off the eco score, the economic data, or just do it by the sentiment. Because again, the big banks bought gold, and the put to call ratio is actually given gold. Oh yeah, so put to call. Let me talk about that for just a second. So gold, I have a put to call ratio on here as well for this under my sentiment.
If you want to share your screen, Tiger, you can.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, and I'll see if I could copy and paste it. Yeah, let's go ahead and share my. Now let me get F11 down here. Go ahead and share my screen when you get a chance. I'll see if I can pull this up here for gold. Let me see. Put to call. Oh, there we go. Let me see if I can copy and paste this. So let me just click on gold. Okay. So this is put to call ratio. So this is the options market. So yeah, anytime you see, and of course I've got it for all the indices as well, but anytime you see this put to call ratio come down to the greed phase, well, this is where the average retail trader is long. So this is where we take the opposite. This is where we use it as a contrarian signal. Now it's currently right at about neutral, right? So it's not really helping us a ton, but just going back to what I said about the sentiment, it is, let me see here, top setup sentiment. Yeah, I mean, for gold, it's given me a point for the put to call ratio because it is, let's see. You know what? That might not have. Now, honestly, I'm trying to figure out why it's giving me a point for the put to call ratio because it is right there in the neutral area. Maybe it's not updated. Maybe that's it. But either way, yeah, it really just depends. I mean, it depends on if you put more emphasis on one thing over the other. The fundamentals, which means the economic reports, or the sentiment, or just a combination of. Again, that's kind of how I use this. I use it with a combination of everything. But you could make an argument for bullish or bearish is what I'm trying to say. Just depends on if you want to follow the retail and the big bank sentiment, or if you just want to strictly isolate the economic data by itself. So I just thought that was interesting to point out. But yeah, it's a 0 score, but it's a bullish for sentiment, but it's a bearish for the economic data. So that's why it's neutral. So it's just like, give me some more data. Let's see how this interest rate report comes out. Let's see how the JOLTS job reports come out here later on before I make any type of decision on gold. So, yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all that you guys are seeing the wicks, just because the market's kind of confused right now. And then you throw in the trade, the trade plan or the trading trade deal. And then not to mention now we're talking to China again. So, yeah, it's basically got everybody flustered. So need some more data. That's really what it boils down to. Hard data. Give me some more hard data. Give us all some hard data.
Cool. Just
break these tops too.
Guys, we're going to hang back a little bit on giving away that prize. We were going to give it away in about 8 minutes from now. We're just waiting for more viewers to update their emails and their bios, YouTube bios. There are some people in here that's won before. So again, we're not going to be giving away those prizes to previous winners. So if you do want to win the prize, you're new here, make sure that you do go and follow those very important steps. Again, subscribe to our YouTube channels, both global as well as our TV, Hola Prime TV and global accounts. Comment in this live session as you guys have been doing already. And very importantly, and this is what holding us up a little bit today, is make sure that your email is in your YouTube bio so we can contact you. Right, again, we will select the winner live. We're going to do it in about 8 minutes from now, but we'll hang back a little bit until we have found an eligible winner for today. Again, we're giving away a 10K free Forex Challenge account, so please do stay tuned. Make sure you do go follow those steps on screen right now.
Yes.
Get them updated.
I don't know if I'm supposed to say it, but I'll say it anyway. We were going to pick someone, and they don't have their email there, guys. So if you don't have your email in your bio, we cannot pick you, right? So if you're here now and your email is not in your bio.
We had 3 lined up, and we just decided, nope, please go follow the steps, and then you'll be eligible.
Yeah.
Hint, hint.
Right. Hint, hint. Exactly.
We did get a pretty nice little pullback on the Nikkei, fellas. So we had this 1 hour contraction box. If we're looking at just the master pattern formula here, you had a little bit of a sideways action. Collected liquidity up top, liquidity on the bottom, a little more liquidity up here. So if we get a drop down into this 10-minute demand zone, I may take a stab at this. That's the exact, you guys see me draw that all the time, but that's exactly what I want to see. That's why I always draw this. Come down, up, down, up, down, right, and then up. That's like textbook perfect. And I prefer to use the 1 hour time frame to get that contraction box, but I also will go down to the 30, which actually has the same box there. 15 is probably going to be the same. Yep. So that is exactly, and right above the demand zone. Woo! That's schmexy. So, and 61.8 fib level, obviously, again, my order block tool always colors the candles. But yeah, last red candle down, awesome volume going on in this area. That is schmexy. So at this point, all I need is just to drop straight down, because it's already manipulated the retailers enough. So just drop straight down. That's a buy. Is that?
Not.
Yeah. Because at some point, this thing's got to kind of catch a bid, right? I mean, obviously, it flew up last Tuesday. It's very slowly giving back half the gains already. So, yeah, you give me, man, that's just textbook up, down. It's that funneling out action is what I look for, right? Slightly up on the top, slightly down on the bottom. That's the market maker cycle, and that happens on all the time frames.
There you go. Say it again for him, Tiger. Say it again.
Market maker cycle, manipulating liquidity. It happens on all time frames, on all markets, just like supply and demand, and that's why I'm in love with the two.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, guys, I'm in a little bit of a polygamous relationship with the two. Okay, master pattern, supply and demand. All right, double your pleasure, double your fun. So that's exactly why I use those two things in sync.
I love it, and I agree with you 100%. Literally 100%.
And yeah, again, the confluence of the 60.8. I mean, let's see what else. Is there any other potential ways I can look at this, right? VWAP. No, that doesn't really help me on that on that swing low. Doesn't really help me on that swing low. So yeah, probably wouldn't get much help from VWAP. There's another low point. Not really. So yeah, I'm not really, VWAP's not really helping me out. But I got all I need to see just in the master pattern, and then just in the order block tool, supply and demand. So
gotcha.
Yep, that's what I'll be waiting on this morning. We'll see whenever it happens, if it happens. Hopefully it'll happen. Hopefully it won't take off without me.
Yeah.
But yeah, essentially. But when you get that contraction box, yeah, that's fair value, right? That's the buyers and the sellers having a little bit of a peaceful time, right? But at some point, somebody wins. Well, the buyers won here. Why? Because demand exceeded supply. All right, then you get the banks stepping in. What's that? Oh, but yeah, you get the demand.
Keep going.
Oh, okay. Yeah, buyers won out. The sellers stepped in, pushed down. Now, this is the banks doing this, guys. I mean, you got retail traders too, but the banks are the one that moves price. We don't, right? So, but yeah, that's textbook. I mean, that's textbook. Just drop in. I'll just take it on a bounce. And also because Nikkei is still giving me a nice bullish signal on my setups page. So it's giving me a 5, bullish score of a 5. The retail traders are net short. So that's a good contrarian signal. Good seasonality for the Nikkei. The trend is up. The GDP is giving me a bullish bias for the Nikkei. So is the services PMI, the personal consumption expenditure report, and the employment change report. Those are all giving me bullish signals. Those reports have all exceeded expectations whenever they hit the calendar of late. So yeah, we're gonna be paying most of my attention to that one, to be honest with you. Yes. I don't think I've really had any other movements just yet on anything else. Just taking a quick look at some of these. 15. Yeah, pound dollar. Yeah, still waiting on a retracement up to this supply. On that one, honestly, New Zealand still floating around sideways in the retail area there. Same thing with Swiss yen. Man, I'd really love a drop down into this demand over here. New Zealand dollar, that's the one that's been in my zone for a while, but I'm just not too excited about it. Again, it's diddling in the middle when you look at it in the context of this big 4-hour sideways move. I'd prefer. Yeah, I mean, I'd honestly, it ain't getting down there anytime soon. But I got this zone much deeper. Now
that's a bit far away for now.
Yeah, it's quite a ways away. Now this demand zone down here, obviously it's already been mitigated, but there could still be some unfilled orders underneath because it didn't get but about 25% of the way in, maybe 30%. So we'll see. I mean, if I drill down to a smaller time frame down here on the 1 hour, I don't know. I don't even think I've done that yet. Let me see. Okay. So price has not touched that point. Okay, so we'll probably look at this as well. So swing low to basically that candle right there. If I turn off my order block, you can see it's red. So this is a 1 hour demand within that 4 hour.
Mm-hmm.
So zone confluence. So it's kind of risky because when you look at it in the context of the 4 hour zone, which is originally what I drew that rectangle around, well, it's already touched the 4 hour zone. So I would have preferred it not touch the zone, to be honest, because that obviously takes away the integrity of the 4 hour candle. But we'll see what it does if it hits the 1 hour. I mean, let me look at the volume. I didn't look at the volume. Okay, so I mean, decent volume, but yeah, I would have preferred a much higher volume candle, to be honest. Didn't really get that. So I don't know. I probably will skip that one, to be honest, now that I see it. Now that I look at the volume. And plus, it's not even on my bullish setup, so yeah, we'll just skip that. It's just going to flirt with me all day. New Zealand dollars, so yeah. Euro, New Zealand, still too far away. Pound CAD, still too far away. Pound twist, still going in the retail area. Pound Aussie, yeah, that's still it's still 150 pips away. Euro Jap got awful close earlier. Just got within a few pips down here, but it missed it. So gotta wait. Gotta sit on our hands. Yeah, S&P still a mile away on that one. Dow, same thing. Yeah, not interested. Pound New Zealand, still looking at this area up here, especially since it did bounce into a higher time frame demand, which is that orange or that yellow. Right. So again, that's going to prevent me from trying to sell anything in this area because I definitely see price moving up from there. But we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
And then lastly, EuroCAD. Where were we at on that one? Yeah, EuroCAD, still looking at this area down here. So we're still quite a ways, about 70 pips or so. Nazi, yeah, still a ways away. And then the DAX in Germany, one of my favorite ones that's just been flirting with me all month long. But just ain't there, so.
Month long.
Yeah. Pretty well caught up now, boys. I'm just going to kind of turn my attention for the rest of the morning anyway to this puppy. This nice looking Nikkei. That's it. That's about where I sit at the moment.
Cool.
All right.
How's that Bitcoin trade going, Martin?
Yeah.
It's down. It's kind of sitting here though, but it's down. But let me. Can I pull my charts up? Wait, what's happening right now?
Yeah, we're right ahead.
I can finish up, Rich, and kind of show that Bitcoin trade and kind of keep going with the rest of my pairs, unless you had something you want to show.
Not as yet. Gold is moving a little bit lower, but nothing substantial to get me interested just yet. We're also a little bit working in the back here, trying to pick a winner. So before you do go on, Michael, very important that you link your email address to your YouTube bio, right? So we are a little bit delayed on giving away today's prize. So please make sure we are checking in the background who has linked their email address to their YouTube bio so that we can select a winner for today. Again, giving away 10K challenge Forex account. As we do quite often, right? Actually, every single day. And we will continue to do so for the remainder of July. So over to you. Email address to their YouTube.
Sweet. Sweet. Cool. Well, yeah, back in if you can get my chart pulled up here. I will go over this Bitcoin trade and then kind of continue where I left off at. Yeah, it's kind of just sitting here. It's not doing too much. I don't know if I went over my exit criteria good, so I did want to go over that briefly, and then I'll just kind of move on here.
Where's my?
Can we get my screen share, please?
It should come up now.
Back in. Where you at?
Ace Lazy.
They're fixated on my Nikkei setup. Man, that looks smexy, guys. That's
So it's gonna be 30.
Yep, that's it. That is it.
It's always funny when somebody just stepped away.
Of a ticket.
God, where are you?
It should be momentarily.
Hello.
There we go. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. It's always funny. All right, so I did want to go over my exit criteria really quick, right? So I talk about a lot about how I enter the trades, but I don't really talk too much about trade management. I don't really think. It's two things I kind of wanted to go over. Not now because I can't do both, but I just type it on the screen here. One would be my exit criteria, and then two would be trade management. Right? Probably spelled that wrong. I don't know. But so this would be two things. One, I can go over now, but trade management I kind of can't. Not really, because I'm really wanted to show how to trail my stops, like my process of doing it, right? Because it's it's kind of regular, I think, at least, but it's something that I can easily do hindsight wise. Like we can go over Euro NZD for yesterday, but I think it's a lot better when it's real live, hard right edge, because it makes it a lot more simpler. But I will touch on each of these really quick. So, exit criteria. Let's start with that one. Typically, when I have price close below the 13 EMA, how this one just did on the charts. Matter of fact, I'll do two things. So let's do exit criteria, right? So one would be close, and I'm going to put above or below 13 EMA, right? That's like the first thing I would look at, which we have here, as you can see. Technically, I'm going long. So as you can see, price has closed below the 13 EMA. That's check number one. And then on the TDI, I would, if I can get the RSI line to close below the signal line, that's check number two, right? So I'll just put on TDI, RSI, cross back below signal, right? This is typically what I would do, right? This is like, I don't know what I would say, the old me. Trade strategy refinement. That's what I would used to do, right? But nowadays, what used to happen is I would do this, and exactly what it looks like it's trying to happen now is it would do something like this. I would close it, and then it would run up, and I'm like, how did that keep happening? Right? Like, it would piss me off, like, immediately. So I'm gonna add one third thing to this, which was on the higher time frame. That was one small adjustment that I made, and it kind of changed the game a little bit. I'm like, oh, maybe I should. Just how I'm looking for higher time frame confirmation on the 4-hour chart when I take the trade, it needs to be the same thing when I exit the trade, right? So as you can see here now, this last candle is still above the 13 EMA. I can't / won't close this trade until price closes below this 13 EMA. And additionally, the RSI line, which is the purple one, will cross below the signal line together. So I'm looking for both of those. That's my exit strategy. So right now, we're still good to go. Like, this could easily, this is what I call shaking the trees. Like, these guys are really, really good at getting traders to think, man, you know, they can mess around here and then finally run up with a parabolic move to the upside. And if you close it too early, you're sitting there like, damn it, I knew I should have held on to that trade. Right?
Yeah.
Right? Just wasn't ready to go yet. So that's
Like
my
me on
trade
gold
management
yesterday.
right now. What was that? Oh, you said like you don't go yesterday, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that happens. I like to use the term, they call it shaking the tree. Like, they do a really, really, really good job of manipulating, because it's manipulation within manipulation, right? So once you caught the trade the right way, they do a great job of manipulating and making you think that you should sell or get out of the trade before it's really time to do it.
Rattle you a little bit.
Yeah. And then also, I just like to look at market structure too. How I was kind of going over CAD Yen yesterday. Matter of fact, let me pull it up really, really quick. When I went over CAD Yen yesterday, I mentioned that. Wait, where is this? Oh, here it is, right here. I mentioned yesterday, I said we'll probably have a little bit of trouble at this price right here because this is the next bounce point. So I'm always looking for that. And what happened? Sure enough, it goes up and it bounces off this exact level. So of course I was surprised that it did that. I was already at break even, not a big deal. Look for the next trade. But the point is, you always want to kind of be noticing where is the next bounce zone or what they can possibly do, right? And similarly to here, the next bounce zone would be, I'm sure you guys can see this mini W structure here. But if you look right here, right, this is exactly where it's pretty much, I'm expecting them to bounce off of. So not too surprising that they're doing this right now. Not at all. Like, they want to come down, retest the 13 EMA for one, but also maybe touch this area too. So, and then go long. So it's not time to close it just yet. Like, you don't want to close it prematurely. Right. So I just like to pay attention to areas, because trade management, which is, I kind of went over my exit criteria, but trade management is number 2, right? It sucks to finally get a position right and you close it early, or you put your stops in the wrong place, or you trailed your stops at the wrong time, which we'll get into number 3. Trade management is a big thing, right? And if you can identify these zones where it might bounce off of, that helps out tremendously.
Oh yeah.
Right. So
half the job's only done getting into the trade or analyzing all that stuff, but trying to manage it is also really important.
Yeah. So we do this thing, right, where it's, and I'll kind of draw this, right, where, and I'll just do something like this, right, where, let's do something like this, where you might have, let's say within here, you might have entry, right? Then over here you got, let's say, exit. And then what do you have in the middle? I'm going to put TM because I can't write all of that in there. For TM is trade management. Right? Like they overlap. Right? Super important. This could be the difference between you catching a big move, a 2, 3, 4 hour trade. Entry is one thing, exit is another thing, but what overlaps is being able to manage the position properly. And if you can't do that because you got spooked out, or you got tricked, or sometimes they just did a good job, it makes the whole process difficult, which overall obviously affects your outcome of the trade. So huge.
That makes me think of watermelons for some reason.
You're hilarious. Let's get into Euro NZD, the trade from yesterday, right? I'll be honest, this trade wasn't too hard to manage because, as I mentioned, like each candle just kind of continuously went down. So this was an easy one. But typically, let's say I entered the trade to the short side here, right? Stop here above. Take profit was right here at the 200, right? So this is an easier one to actually manage as far as trade management, right? Once the candle closes, you're not really worried about too much. But what I like to do is every time the candle closes on the previous candle, I like to move it down. So if I initially jump, if I jumped in here initially, as the candle moves, I just like to move it as well, right? So my next thing will be here, right? And a big one, I always pay attention to these big areas like the blue tracer. Once this comes down, I'll just continuously move this down. Here, just slowly moving this bad boy on down. Now, this is one of those scenarios, as I said, this is an easier one because it never really gave a hard pullback. But typically, I just like to put it above the last main swing, right? So for this candle, I'll just put it above here. Once this candle closes, this candle isn't far enough to really move anywhere, so I wouldn't move it from here. But just being able to manage the trade the right way is huge, right? Absolutely huge.
So don't move it on the smaller candles. It looks like you're moving it on the more expanded range candles.
That's exactly right.
Candles.
These large candles, if I jumped in here and it closed here, I'll put it a few pips above. When this candle closes, I wouldn't. I'll put a little bit above. This candle closes. This candle is not big enough to do anything, so I'm gonna leave it at the same spot. Now, if this candle would have closed all the way down here, it can easily come up here and look you out and continue. Easily.
Makes sense.
Easily. So I'm really only moving them on larger candles like this. The smaller ones, not so much so.
Yeah. No weaklings.
Exactly. No weaklings.
Yep.
You said it perfect. And then what's that last one here? Where were we? Oh, we was on Bitcoin. Sorry. And that last part here is the trailing. Oh, we went over both of them. Okay, cool. So we went over the exit criteria, went over trade management. I'm gonna delete all of this. This is kind of a lot. Yeah, we went over exit criteria. We went over trade management. We went over trailing stops. So yeah, that is how I look at that little piece there. Then let me just continue with where I was. So we were on EJ, I believe. All right.
EJ.
Cool. Yep.
Yeah.
Next up.
Michael, I'm just going to quickly step out. I'll be back soon. I've also got word that we've actually found a few potential winners here. The names, that is. So I will be announcing that very, very shortly. I'm just going to step out for 2 minutes. So please carry on.
Oh boy, who's it going to be?
Let's see.
Shall see.
I guess someone finally put their email in the bio. Great job, guys. Whoever the winner is smart.
We'll know here in a few.
All right, cool. So moving on from EJ. Next up would be EuroCAD. EuroCAD is easy to see as well, but we got 1 degree of difficulty, which would be this 800 EMA that's smack dab in the middle, in the way here. We know here we have the 5200 cross, so we are in level 2. And just as always, we're looking for this M off the 200 back to the downside. But as I mentioned, the only thing is you don't want to take the trade with a close above the 800 EMA, because it could easily just bounce off this level and go the other way. And then you're sitting there looking crazy. So you actually want this to close below. And as you can see at this point, the R to R is off. It's close, but close don't count. Right?
Yeah.
You're still missing it 0.15%. So I wouldn't take this at all, because this just doesn't do it. Right? This is just not. There's better setups to take. So I wouldn't touch it. Even if it worked out, I wouldn't touch it.
And there's some nice looking supply zones right there too at the 1.595 level. And then the one right above it. Yeah, a couple little supplies.
Yeah.
Like green candles in the middle. Not the 50% retracement of that swing high, swing low. Yeah, you got that's what I call a zone on top of a zone.
Yeah, maybe something like this. Yeah, this little area here.
Yeah,
for sure.
That's it.
Yeah, I couldn't touch it. The R to R is just not what's up. I would leave that one alone.
Mm-hmm.
So when I see pairs like this, like EuroCAD, in my mind, I'm looking like I'm gonna jump ahead here a bit, but I just want to see. When I see a setup that's close like this, but isn't exactly right because of the 800 EMA, I automatically think to go to GBPUSD. All right, so let's jump. We'll come back to EuroCAD. Well, let's jump to GBPCAD here for a quick second. And no, this does not make sense either. This is in level 3, peak low. I wouldn't touch this either. So I will leave both of these alone, actually. I will leave both of them alone.
Yep.
All right, so this is why I would not be taking this. And everything that I go over, obviously, I mean for the day, like just today. Tomorrow it could be a whole nother story.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
But it's specifically speaking of today. I'm done with it today.
Yeah.
Cool. So moving along to Euro NZD. We went over this one already. This is the trade that I smashed to pieces yesterday. Gorgeous. This is my trade of the week so far, guys. Trade of the week so far. Just gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous.
Just so gorgeous.
When I say I've seen this 1,000 times, and anytime I see this trade, I will take this no matter what is going on. As long as it sets up and looks like this, I'll take it. All right. Just gorgeous. And it has plenty more sides, plenty more
Gorgeous.
because if you look level here, it really didn't break. I mean, it broke it with these two candles, but this has more to go. Like we can look at the 15-minute chart. If I was to drill down, the next move would be, look at here. It would be the M off the 200 on the 15-minute chart. Right. So I will be looking for something like this. We got the 50 cross. Next up will be this M structure here. We're going back short. Market baseline is already pointing above. All right. So when you talk about continuously taking this even shorter, Tiger, this is what I would be looking for. It's shorter.
And it's getting bearish. Barrels.
Yep. This would be the move for me.
What's that price right there? On your
this price is at
1.94.
Yeah, pretty much 94.50.
Okay. Yeah, let's see there.
Yep. So yeah, this is the cool part about it. Like how you mentioned, it happens on all time frames, right?
Yeah.
I already made the move. I already took advantage of the move on a 1 hour chart. So I'm looking for, what I took yesterday. But seeing that price has touched this area and it pulled back and now it wants to kind of make a move off of the area here, the move is to scroll down one time frame and see what you can catch. Look for your same move, because literally this is the same move that I draw up on a 1 hour chart every day, 10 times a day. It's just on a 15-minute chart. That's the next.
Was that your
entire cycle?
Was that blue line the 800 or what was that on the previous time frame?
Let's see.
Yeah,
this blue one.
Yeah.
This is the 800 EMA on the 1 hour chart.
Yeah.
Guys, 1 minute. We're going to be announcing that winner. We decided on a name. Today's lucky winner will be announced in just a minute or so.
Un minuto.
Okay.
Who's taking it home today?
All right. Cool, guys. So, again, we're giving another 10K account away today. Sorry, I'm just breaking up a little bit there. To another lucky winner. And today we decided, it took us a little while, but we finally got there. We decided on Master FX, which is today's lucky winner of a Forex 10K challenge account. Congratulations, Master FX. Are you still in the chat there? That's congrats. Please do keep an eye out on Master. We'll be reaching out to you via email with your account details. Again, if you've got any issues setting things up, you're more than welcome to reach out to us on our Discord channel. We'll be more than willing to help, or go onto our webpage and reach us there via the support channels that we have on offer as well. So our winner today, Master FX, walking away with another 10K account. Again, we'll be giving away these accounts till the end of this month, as well as some more to follow during the future sessions. We will be giving other accounts away as well from other coaches, of course, right? So again, congrats, Master FX. Well done. Hope you enjoy your prize.
Yes. Master FX, are you here? Is he here with us?
Yeah, are you here? Guess we shall find out.
Congrats,
We shall
If
find
not,
out.
then a surprise waiting in the inbox, I'm sure.
Yep. That's right.
Awesome.
That's right. Gents,
Awesome.
I'll be right back in just a couple minutes, okay?
Yeah.
No worries.
Sounds good.
Checking out.
All right. Congrats, Master FX. Great job. Took advantage of putting his email in the bio. Right. And so congrats to you.
And that's how easy it is, guys. Just, follow those tips. And maybe, who knows, you could be another winner later today if you do decide to stay on, or even tomorrow during tomorrow's Forex Fire session, and until Thursday for that matter, actually. As far as I know, word from the powers that be, it will be until end of this month. We've been giving away loads of freebies, so please stay tuned. Come back tomorrow, and maybe if you haven't won yet, who knows, might be your lucky day. Hey, James. Woohoo!
Hey. Woohoo! Sweet. I love it. Great job, guys.
Awesome.
Cool. Let me just continue on down the line here. I got a lot more to go, so stop me if you want to grab the screen.
I don't know if I'm going to get another trade going. A little one during the morning there. Still looking for a setup in gold to go short, but still a bit wary. But I'll let you know. I'll definitely let you know.
Gotcha. Okay. Sweet. Cool. So moving on to Euro Pound. Euro Pound, we are in level 1, and this is a good example of how I can easily identify these, right? Level 1 is easily identified because of the 1350 cross, right? So we're in level 1. We're not in level 2 just yet, because why? The 50 and the 200 have not crossed yet. That's why. That's how you know you're in level 2. Once the 50, 200 cross, then you're in level 2. So we're still in level 1 right now. However, these two are probably going to cross pretty soon. And at that case, I will be looking for the W's off of the 200 going short. Market baseline will need to come back up and create that reload for me. Right. And this move will look like this. Right. It's so funny I say and draw the same stuff every day that if anybody was actually watching the streams, they could easily catch on to this.
What's your profit target? 0.8615, it looks like.
Let's see. Yep. 45, pretty much.
Yeah.
So
0.8615. So I've got an alert set at 0.8618 to go long. So there you go. Another one that you can sell down to me. Because that's my 4-hour zone with daily confluence.
It's hilarious. And funny enough about this is, although it says 86.13, I would front run it. So I'll probably put it at like 15, maybe even 18 or 20, to be totally honest.
Yeah.
Because you know how price will come right to your TP when it pulls off that level just a little bit. Because of that reason right there, I like to just do a little bit before that. So it like just smacks my TP. That's where I get the smack TP.
Yeah, because somebody on a different time frame's waiting on price to get there. So, and that's where I come in, because I look at it on a little different, higher time frame. So it's awesome how the market works, man.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And
so
plus,
when you talk
it's
about front running position, that's how I front run it. I don't front run it by jumping in early. I front run it by putting my TP a little bit before the actual target. That's how I do it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Samesies.
Right.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Good
Sweet.
stuff.
So cool. So that's EG. Next up would be EA. EA was really close too. Now, technically, I could have taken EA, but as I mentioned, I won't take two of the same trades. EA and EN were pretty much the same. And EN looked better than EA, but for the simple fact that EA didn't have this huge 800 EMA sitting in the way. I'm sorry, did I say that wrong? EN didn't. EN didn't have this 800 in the way. So if you look at, it's only two away. So if you look at EA, where the 800 is right there in front of it, and then you look at EN, you see how it's all the way down there? EN was the actual target that you would have taken it off of. On EA, you would have had to wait for price to close below this just to take it. So I wouldn't take both. Naturally, I wouldn't do that. I would just take the better looking one. I'm taking the cute friend. That's the one I'm taking. I'm not taking both of them. Right? But that's same exact deal, guys. Right? Like we got 5,200 cross, right? So we know we are in level 2, and we're looking for that M off the 200. Same exact thing. Again, the only difference is, let me scoot this over a little bit. The only difference is this M looked a little bit funnier too, to be honest. Now that I'm looking at it, this doesn't look as pretty as the other one. And this is exactly what I'm saying. If you look at EN, look how pretty this M structure is. We got a clear M that closes above and below the 13, and then we got this M right here. But if you look down to, this isn't as pretty right here. Like, it's just not. And we have all these candles just kind of hang out up here too. It's not as pretty. The other one looked better.
Ugly.
So I just like, I like to take the better of the two. Yeah, it still looks good. Everything, the structure, and that's what I always say, right? Like the structure is what's most important. It's structure first, and then how pretty it is second. Because you can't really judge it how pretty it is before you judge the structure. That's literally backwards. Like I would never wear my shirt, my pants, and my pants as my shirt. I would never do that.
Oh, gosh.
It just doesn't make sense. Right. So
structure is very important, right?
It's the most important thing. Yeah, it's the most important thing. And right, just imagine this once again. And this is what I mean when I say break and retest. Just check this out. We got this area. This comes down right here to the wick, comes back up, and then runs down. The area that you're looking for is right here. It's not a coincidence that this is exactly where these guys went to before they shorted. They got to dip back into this area right here and then drop down. This happens every time. This is why it's break and retest, right? The move looks like this: break, retest, drop. Same thing. I draw this 30 times a day, but it's the truth.
The tattoo, yeah.
We're still going to be drawing it 100 times this week.
Right. It's the truth. Now, yes, there are variations to the theme, but at the end of the day, the structure, everything about the structure is still the exact same. The only difference is, again, this one has the 800 EMA in the way. So theoretically, you would have needed for price to close below this just to take this trade. Whoops. Let's say price closed below here. You put your stop all the way up here above the swing. TP would have been here. Look at this. You risk $1 to make 55 cents. That's not right. That's not right. This is why this one is not as cute as the other one. right?
Yep.
So
Tiny.
similar to how you said,
point.
like, you take the better of the two. Now, if they're both gorgeous, like two top models, so to speak, then maybe you want to split it up 50-50. But if you can clearly see that one is better than the other one, take the other one. Don't even worry about this one.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Jolt's job openings, hour and 15 minutes. I think somebody in the chat was talking about that. Let's see here. Let's go. Euro US dollar gave reversal in London session, waiting for news release. Yeah. Yeah. I was just looking at the Jolt's job history, and it seems like it's been on a very slow trajectory downward ever since May of 2022. It's a quick little chart I can show here in a minute when Michael's done.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
give everybody an idea of what the overall.
It'll take me a second.
About 18 minutes from now.
Yeah.
It'll take me a minute to get through all of this, so you can do it really quick.
Yeah, no hurry.
I still got a lot of pairs to go.
Yeah, no hay prisa, no hay prisa.
Okay. All right, cool. Sweet. Well, this is GU. I drew this up yesterday. As you guys can see, this is not panning out the way I intended it to pan out. So with that being said, I am just going to delete this entire thing, and I will kind of monitor it, maybe not so much, because this is really far at this point. I would have wanted it to pull back and then do this, but we're all the way down here already with no pullback. No pullback to the 50, no pullback to the 200. This is I don't know. This is looking pretty dead to me, to be honest. So I'm not really into GU for the week so far. GU doesn't even get much time. It was just that simple. I don't like GJ either. I said this yesterday, but this is way too many wicks for me. Like, we got all of this action here. That's a lot. That's a lot going on. I'm not fond of that at all. Yeah. This is too funny looking. This thing is caught in this level. I'm not really into that. So I'm going to pass on GJ altogether for today. GA, as you can see, looks like I drew this one up yesterday. We got the 5,200 cross, so we know we're in level 2. And this is what I was looking for it to do, and it did not do that. This is that V. I don't touch the V's. And as you can see, if you look at this, even if you would have taken the trade, look where you would have been at. You would have took this down here on the close, and you would be right out of the money, just faintly.
Yeah.
Right. You can't take the V's. You
It
want
might
to take
just
the M's
form
and W's.
hell of a V or W at a later stage. Yeah.
Yeah. It could do that. Right. We got outside the band. And this is another reason that, I can't take this. We got outside the band. Where's the inside the band at? There is no inside the band. This is a pass. Pass. GC.
Hard pass.
Yeah, hard pass. I don't even want to look at that anymore. It's a hard pass. GC is really low. Really low. This is a hard pass as well. This is, if there was a level 4, this will be a level 4. Like, it's that far down. I'm super straight on this one. Right. So hard pass on GC. GN, not completely out of the way. Why? We have not a fresh 5,200 cross, but we do have a 5,200 cross that has not been touched again. All right. So we got the 5,200 cross. We're in 5,200 cross. We know we are in level 2. LW, level 2. And we are looking for that M structure off this 200 to go back to the downside. Market baseline is just now getting to the static area. to give us that beautiful reload. Right? And then I'll be looking to go short. All the way back down here is a target. Stops will be below this swing point typically. Nice 2, 1 for 2.5. Not bad at all.
Nice.
There you go. Nice.
I see R6FX said kiss goodbye, Richard. I don't know what he mean by that.
I've checked that. No, it's a term used in market geometry. Let's say price breaks a line or a channel, whatever that slope might be, and then pulls back to it and gets rejected. It's called a kiss goodbye.
Kiss
So I
goodbye.
think that's an inside joke. Well, I hope so.
Okay. Right. I'm like,
kiss goodbye to you too.
I was gonna say, I don't know what that means exactly. Just to be totally honest, I'm not sure what that means exactly.
Coach James is being affectionate.
I just explained it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here. Love it.
Hilarious. Sweet. So moving on here. Yeah, GF is pretty low too. This is just like GC. I'm not interested in this at all. It's way too low. Super low. So this is a strong pass. UCAD is pretty easy to see. We already got the 5200 cross right here, kind of letting you know that we are in level 2. Whoops, level 2. And from level 2, of course, we just want to see some W's off this 200, going back along to the upside. Market baseline is above the static, so it needs to come back below that infamous reload. Right.
So I have a question on that one, Michael. Question on that one. So is that the one that a day or two ago you were passing because it, like right around the 22nd it crossed, but then now it crossed the opposite way?
Yep.
Right.
That's exactly right.
So then now, what's
exactly
changed now to where it's on your radar? Yeah.
So this was to the on this one to the left. This was level 2. You notice here, 1,200 cross is the white is above the blue, so the 200 is above the 50. This to me is a. We'll type it out. This is a 5,200 cross. Whoops. Cross to. Dang, I cannot type at all. To the. I'm gonna put downside. Right? Because the 200 is above the 50. But here, as we're looking at, you can see it cross the other way. The blue is above the white. That means that this is a cross. Let me do it this way. 5,200 cross to the upside. So that's the difference.
You got Butterfingers this
to
morning.
Me. I feel like I have it every morning. Every morning. I think I can type faster than I can actually type, and I'm just pressing buttons.
I don't know if you guys tried actually handwriting as of late. It's like with all the typing you do on the keyboard, you kind of lose that a bit. My handwriting is just really
it's gotten terrible.
Literally mine too. Like when I went to the I&M office down here, it's the immigration to renew my visa. I'm sorry, my residency card here, and they're like to sign it the way it is on your passport, and I'm like, I don't know if I can do that. Actually, I'm like, I'll try my best, but that was 8 years ago. I don't have the same handwriting I have 8 years ago. I just don't. They made me rewrite it like 3 times. Like, I had to go super slow, and like I'm looking at it to make sure I'm making the same curves and stuff, and I'm like, whoa, yeah, definitely do not.
Then you mess it up.
I can't.
There's practice.
You know, what's funny, right? Is like you talk about shoots. Like I am someone who's infinitely aware of my strong suits and my weak suits. Like I just know these things. Seriously. Typing, spelling. I ask my wife all the time, like, how do you spell decision again? How do you spell convenience? I'm like, I don't remember how to spell some of these things. I just don't. And I just, that's not my thing. So yeah,
You
this
need to
is
go play
nothing
some
new
word
for me.
class a little bit before you go to bed.
I gotta do something. I make jokes. As long as I'm good with math, that's all that matters. I don't care. I'm good with math. Right, but yeah, I hope that answers your question, Tiger. So yeah. So this crossed to the downside. So I was looking at over here. If we can do, where's the replay? If I can. All right, whatever. I'm gonna just do it this way. I'm gonna just put it like this, and we can do some hard right edge stuff. At this point, I'm kind of looking for a price to do something like this. Come up and give me M's off the 200 and go to the downside like that, because the 5200 crossed to the downside. But since that did not happen, and now that we have price going the other way, right? 5200 crossed to the upside now. Now I'm looking for it the other way around, which would be, you know, the longs. It would look something like this. So yeah, initially I was looking for shorts over here. And that's why I always point out the crosses, because to me, this is like the landmarks. I can kind of tell where I'm at in the cycle. From the landmarks is the first thing I look at. And then secondly will be the TDI.
So that basically, when that crossed, that might have been on our Sunday stream. That basically at that point was just negating the short, but now it's kind of set up to the long side sense. Is that fair to say?
Yep.
Okay.
So if you can think over here, I'm saying I'm
couple more days
candles
price
actually crossed. Yep. So I'm short here, right? Because it crosses. I'm short all in here because it's definitely to the downside. But once this starts getting close together, I'm not too sure anymore. Once this crosses to the upside, okay, I'm neutral. But once it actually starts to separate, now I'm long.
Yeah, I got you. The crocodile's opening its mouth.
There we go. That's a good point. Yep. So let's do something like, there's a few of them that were kind of like this. I kind of want to point it out since we kind of just went over it. If I can find it really quick. Where was it? Oh, okay. Here's a great point. You see right here, this, my bias is not short just yet, but it's getting there. Why? Because this 5200 is about to cross. It hasn't done it yet, so I'm neutral right now. Like, I don't know. I'm not long, I'm not short. But as soon as this actually crosses, now my bias is short. Now that doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade short, but yeah, that means my bias is now short for sure.
Got it.
Sweet. USD CAD, I believe. Yeah, that was USD CAD. All right, cool. So yeah, I'll be looking for something more like this. And this is kind of how I would say maneuver through it all, right? Like some days you're short, some days you're long, but I'm really managing it off my process. Because if this was going to continue to go short, this would never happen. It would never cross back up to the upside like this.
You're right. Yeah.
It wouldn't do it. It would have made what I thought it was going to do. It would have came down here, made this M, and then dropped. That's what it would have did. The scene that it didn't do that, it changed its whole mind and went the other way. Now I'm long.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took too long.
Switcheroo.
It took too long to do that, and then as a result, that's when your averages and everything started crossing again.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Same with the
because you want it to shape up and do it quick rather than delay. Yeah. Makes sense.
Yep. The moves are happening fast, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Get your act together. Get your act together.
Get
Get
your
out
act
of here. Right? Because just how we had EN, right? Like if you look here, we got the 5200 cross. Exactly what I just said. I would have wanted it to do. It did it. This came up, it made the M, and it dropped. This one got its act together real quick.
It got its act
together. It did what it was supposed to. Right.
Yep.
So that's just how I judge it. And if you notice, the 5200 cross never crossed back to the upside. It's downwards. It never happened.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of how I judge them. Yeah, I know we only got 15 minutes left. I'm gonna try to get through these really quick.
Yeah.
UF, kind of the same thing, right? If you check this out, we had the 5200 cross over here. I was short here. Well, my bias would be short here, but it never did it. It never panned out the way it was supposed to. So now we are 5200 cross to the upside. So now we're long.
For level 1.
Right. So at this point, I'm looking. Yep. Well, level 2. Yeah. 5200 cross is level 2.
Oh. Got it.
Yeah. So level 1 would be right here when the 1350 crosses.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All those colors blended in. It was hard to see.
It is. Sometimes it's hard to see. It really is. Right. Level 1, level 2. There is no level 1 trade here, right? Because nothing really set up. The move will be the level 2. And as I mentioned, when I am in level 1 and price runs up, I don't want it to touch the 200. Now, although you could have took this long, which this worked out, you could have took that long, but because if you look at this pattern here, right, how I always draw this, right, and then go long, and you want to get in right here. Oh, whoops. You want to get in right here. What in the world? This is the same thing as here. Just check this out. You got this funky pattern, but it runs bounces. It's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing. Even if you look at this, if you look at where price was, right, as let's say support and resistance, you make a line right here. Price bounced right off of this level, basically.
Yep.
That's the break above, and this retest. Right? That's the retest all day long. Now you could have took that, don't get me wrong, but I personally don't take that because, as I mentioned, I don't like when price touches the 200 after that bounce like that. I want to be with price the very first time that it touches the 200, not the second time. This is the first time. This is the second time. I don't want to be the second. I want to be first. So I'll leave that alone.
You want to be first. Anyway. Put yourself first.
Right. So that was the level 1 move. The level 2 move would be, again, the W off the 200 going long. Market baseline will go below the static, back above for the reload. Right. And I'm in long here. That move looks something like this. Now, this is a little bit different too. Why? Because you got this 800 EMA in the way. So we have to do something where, all right, so this is an interesting one because technically price, your TP would be here. Now you could take this once you get the proper close, which would be above the 13 EMA. But then when price gets towards the 800 EMA, you would just move your stops to break even. Because it's close, it's far enough that you can move your stop even. So this is a little bit different. So I would take this here actually. And then when price, let's say, again, got to about this point, I would just move to break even. If it bounced off of it, let's say it went up and bounced off of it, who cares? I'm out of the position already. Right. As long as I don't lose any money on this. Right, so that's UF. I'm gonna fly through these because I feel like we're getting to the end here. But UJ, same thing. You see, we got
Oh,
the
it's still got a bit of
5200
top.
cross here. So we got I know where I'm in level 2. 5200 cross, I know I'm in level 2. And I'm still looking for this move here, which is that W off the 200. My target would be this ADR high right here. This is a 4 for 1 right here. This is a nice one. You was talking about UJ earlier today, Tiger.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Simultaneously, market baseline needs to go below the static because it needs to do the reload and then go back above. Right, so I'll be looking for something like that on UJ. AUD CAD is actually really close. You can kind of see this W starting to form out now. I'm gonna move this over. This is actually on my watch list for today. It pretty much has everything. Yep, AUD CAD going long. And I would target this high. So nice dollar for $1.25. We already have the reload happening. Yeah, I would. Right. Right. I remember it. Where are you leaving? We got a question here. Amulia? USDCF.
Maybe ask where you're living, where you're leaving. Not sure what that means.
Leaving?
If you did mean living.
What time are we leaving? We leave in 13 minutes.
Mexico.
This session. We got another session after this.
Where are you living?
Right. I'm saying I guess I should answer both questions. Yeah, in 12 minutes we leave and I'm living in Mexico.
A double whammy. Yeah, I'm in South Africa. Tiger in the US.
And I'm in the heart of the US, Kansas City, Kansas side, where Dorothy and Toto live. That's where I'm at. Where we have tons of tornadoes. Yep. I just heard they're remaking The Wizard of Oz, or I saw something like they're doing like a 3D version or something of Wizard of Oz. That'd be interesting to see.
I'll be surprised.
I think they should just leave alone all of these movies. My opinion.
Yeah. See, they just put out the new Happy Gilmore with Adam Sandler.
Yep. Yeah, we watched it the other night. It was pretty good.
That was good.
But I forgot the first one, so got to rewatch the first one now to remember how the second one goes.
That's exactly what we said.
To catch up as well.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what we said. Sweet. I like it because for one, I like Adam Sandler, but I see it got like 64 cameos in there. So he got a lot of people in there. Eminem was in there. I see Bad Bunny's in there.
Yeah. Oh, it was great. Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah, I lost count.
Yeah,
there were so many.
Weekend coming with the boys.
Nice. Sweet. Let me finish up really quick. We only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, we still got a few more. Let me kind of rush through these. So NU is kind of easy to see. Reason being is we got this fresh 5200 cross. Right, so I know I'm in level 2. And here I'll be looking for some type of M structure off this 200 going short. Market baseline need to go above the static for that reload. All right. And then that move will look something to the short side like this. Targets to this ADR low, stops above the swing, and boom. That would be nice. I would look for a move like this on NZD USD. NZD CAD, same thing. As you can see, this is kind of fizzling out right now. Now, I'm going to delete this, and I don't like this anymore because it's way too many candles above this swing right here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 candles below this. This is dead to the long side now. And we delete this too. This looks like this is about to cross to the down. Yeah, you gotta let that one go. It's gonna end up messing you up later. So I'm looking for something like this, right? I'm looking for a move that looks like that, right? I'm not gonna mark up everything on these last few because we're running short on time. Just want to kind of give a little basis here. NZD CHF, not too bad at all. You can see this one is kind of panning out more than, let me delete this. More than anything, is looking more like a head and shoulders pattern. That's what I see here, right?
Oh, yeah.
Or something like that. Market baseline is already above the static. Theoretically, this is actually already ready to go. Let's see. Yeah, this looks like it's pretty much ready to go. Do we have the 4-hour confirmation? Yes, we do. Yeah, everything about this is pretty close. Yeah, this is pretty good, to be totally honest.
King Keller.
The only thing about and I'm nitpicking right now, but hey, my boy Mimi's on here. What's up?
King Keller.
The only thing about this is I would want to see the RSI line and the signal line go below on here. So and from my point of view, the TDI is actually off. I don't like it when the RSI line and the signal line do not go below the static. Because what will end up happening is this will end up making one more pass and then doing it. And at that point, it'll be together. So it's not ready just as of yet. Close, but no cigar. All right. Next up is AUDUSD. Same exact thing, guys. We got this 5,200 cross here. So we know we're in level 2. I'll be looking for some type of M structure off this 200 going short. Market baseline going above for the reload. And I'm going fast here because we're running out of time. I just want to get through them.
All good, all good.
And then this move
7 minutes.
Something like price we need to close below this 800, how I always say, so it doesn't bounce off of it. And we still got a lot of room here. Looks like it still is at least risking $1 to make $1.45. So still a great move here on AUDUSD. Ooh, this looks pretty nice, to be honest. But the only thing is, same thing as the other one, the RSI line. You see how the RSI and the signal is above the market baseline? This needs to come down and then come up
underneath.
Because what will happen is this could easily do this.
Looks like Master FX finally joined us.
Hey, Master
FX.
Congrats. We were looking for you.
Checking in.
Yep.
Checking in and winning prizes.
We were just about to give it away again. No, I'm just kidding. Good job, Master FX.
Right.
Psych. Congrats, brother.
Yes, yes. So on this one, same thing. We're looking for that M off the 200. Going short here, guys. Right. And then get that market baseline going above the static for that reload. And I'll be looking for a move that looks like this on EF. Next up is CAD Yen. I'm done with CAD Yen this week. You guys know I took this once last week, lost on it, took it yesterday, broke even. Mm-hmm. Screw CAD Yen for this week. I'm not dealing with this bear.
Screw it.
At all.
Take the high road.
Yeah, I'm done with that one. This is super ugly. It's just sitting in this level, as I mentioned yesterday. So this is a total pass for me as well. CAD Swiss, not too bad. We got this fresh 5,200 cross. Right, so we're in level 2. And we're looking for W moves off this 200, going back to the highs. Market baseline going below the static, back above for the reload. And that move will look something like this. All right, stops below the swing. Nice 2 for 2 and 1 for 2.5. Not bad at all. Which account is that? That is a $10,000 challenge account, right? Rich?
Forex challenge.
Yep.
You should have, I think, if not, but very soon then, receive the details via your email. To check your inbox. Again, Master FX, got any issues setting that up or need some help, reach out to us via Discord if you haven't joined already, or via our website. Multiple channels you can get hold of our excellent support team. So any questions you might have or difficulty setting that up, just let us know.
Right. Sweet. So last 3 here, AUD, NZD, as you can see, is stuck in this range. I'm not interested in this one at all. This is a pass. AJ we already have marked up, so not looking too bad. Let's just scoot it over a little bit. Looking for that W structure off this 200 EMA. I wouldn't take this unless it's an Asia session, by the way. But I am going to make an alert for this. Just put W off the 200. But again, I will not take this until Asia for the simple fact that this is 2 Asia pairs. So I wouldn't take this in London or in New York. Only Asia.
No.
And then lastly, same thing with NZD JPY. Right? Same exact thing. I wouldn't take this. And I wouldn't take both of them either. I would take whichever one is prettier. But I will make an alert for that.
You've made it pretty clear today. Sticking with it.
You got to take pretty trades. Right? All right. And that is it for me, guys. With 2 minutes to spare.
Well done. You got through them. Sorted out that watch list, I suppose.
Yes. 100%.
Good stuff, Michael.
Heck yeah.
Good stuff. Yeah, is that is your Bitcoin trade actually doing something, or has it just been running sideways?
Let's go back to it really quick. I almost forgot about it. No, so this is again why you have to make sure that you don't get faked out by the small stuff. This trade, this candle has closed back above the 13, exactly how I said they do sometimes. Right? Yeah. So this is actually, I'm tempted to take this again, but I'm already fully positioned, so I can't. But this will end up continuously going.
Then don't.
So yeah, we're holding on tight to this one.
Good stuff.
And we will see how it plays out tomorrow.
Yes. Nice.
Right on.
Good stuff, guys. Been a pretty active session. Actually, a bit more active than last week, which was pretty quiet. Managed to get a few trades going. Managed to give another 10K Forex Challenge account away. Took a little while, but we got a winner, Master FX, winner for today.
Mr. Master FX.
Mr. Master FX. Big congrats from our side here at Hola Prime. Hope you enjoy your prize. And yeah, guys, that's it from our side. Please stay tuned for the next round of coaches. We got the pre-market pulse coming up in about 15 minutes time. And it will take you into the morning session, New York morning session with another bunch of coaches. Please do stay tuned for that. We'll be giving away, as far as I know, more challenge accounts during those sessions. From my side, have a great rest of your day. Thanks for watching. And I hope to see you tomorrow again. Until next time, take care.
All right, guys.
Trade safe, guys.
Take it easy.
Enjoy. Jolt's job openings, hour 45 minutes from now. Keep an eye out.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex. But your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.